Book 6. O thou, my hope from my youth, where wert thou to me, and whither wert thou gone? Hadst not thou created me, and separated me from the beasts of the field, and fowls of the air? Thou hadst made me wiser, yet did I walk in darkness, and in slippery places, and sought thee abroad out of myself, and found not the God of my heart, and had come into the depths of the sea, and distrusted and despaired of ever finding truth. My mother had now come to me, resolute through piety, following me over sea and land, in all perils confiding in thee. For in perils of the sea she comforted the very mariners, by whom passengers unacquainted with the deep use rather to be comforted when troubled, assuring them of a safe arrival, because thou hadst by a vision assured her thereof. She found me in grievous peril, through despair of ever finding truth. But when I had discovered to her that I was now no longer a Manichee, though not yet a Catholic Christian, she was not overjoyed, as at something unexpected, although she was now assured concerning that part of my misery, for which she bewailed me as one dead, though to be reawakened by thee, carrying me forth upon the bier of her thoughts, that thou mightest say to the son of the widow, Young man, I say unto thee, arise, and he should revive, and begin to speak, and thou shouldest deliver him to his mother. Her heart then was shaken with no tumultuous exultation, when she heard that what she daily with tears desired of thee was already in so great part realized. In that, though I had not yet attained the truth, I was rescued from falsehood. But, as being assured that thou, who hadst promised the whole, wouldest one day give the rest, most calmly, and with a heart full of confidence, she replied to me, she believed in Christ, that before she departed this life she should see me a Catholic believer. Thus much to me. But to thee, fountain of mercies, poured she forth more copious prayers and tears, that thou wouldest hasten thy help and enlighten my darkness. And she hastened the more eagerly to the church, and hung upon the lips of Ambrose, praying for the fountain of that water, which springeth up unto life everlasting. But that man she loved as an angel of God, because she knew that by him I had been brought for the present to that doubtful state of faith I now was in, through which she anticipated most confidently that I should pass from sickness unto health after the access, as it were, of a sharper fit, which physicians call the crisis. When then my mother had once, as she was wont in Afric, brought to the churches built in memory of the saints certain cakes and bread and wine, and was forbidden by the doorkeeper. So soon as she knew that the bishop had forbidden this, she so piously and obediently embraced his wishes that I myself wondered how readily she censured her own practice rather than discuss his prohibition. For wine-bibbing did not lay siege to her spirit, nor did love of wine provoke her to hatred of the truth, as it doth too many, both men and women, who revolt at a lesson of sobriety, as men well drunk at a draught mingled with water. But she, when she had brought her basket with the accustomed festival food, to be but tasted by herself, and then given away, never joined therewith more than one small cup of wine, diluted according to her own abstemious habits, which for courtesy she would taste. And if there were many churches of the departed saints that were to be honoured in that manner, she still carried round that same one cup to be used everywhere, and this, though not only made very watery, but unpleasantly heated with carrying about, she would distribute to those about her by small sips, for she sought their devotion, not pleasure. So soon, then, as she found this custom to be forbidden by that famous preacher and most pious prelate, even to those that would use it soberly, lest so an occasion of excess might be given to the drunken. And for these, as it were, anniversary funeral solemnities did much resemble the superstition of the Gentiles, she most willingly forbare it. And for a basket filled with fruits of the earth, she had learned to bring to the churches of the martyrs a breast filled with more purified petitions, and to give what she could to the poor, that so the communication of the Lord's body might be there rightly celebrated, where, after the example of his passion, the martyrs had been sacrificed and crowned. But yet it seems to me, O Lord my God, and thus thinks my heart of it in thy sight, that perhaps she would not so readily have yielded to the cutting off of this custom, had it been forbidden by another, whom she loved not as Ambrose, whom, for my salvation, she loved most entirely, and he her again, for her most religious conversation, whereby in good works, so fervent in spirit, she was constant at church, so that when he saw me, he often burst forth into her praises, congratulating me that I had such a mother, not knowing what a son she had in me, who doubted of all these things, and imagined the way to life could not be found out. Nor did I yet groan in my prayers that thou wouldest help me, but my spirit was wholly intent on learning, and restless to dispute. And Ambrose himself, as the world counts happy, I esteemed a happy man, whom personages so great held in such honour. Only his celibacy seemed to me a painful course. But what hope he bore within him, what struggles he had against the temptations which beset his very excellencies, or what comfort in adversities, and what sweet joys thy bread had for the hidden mouth of his spirit, when chewing the cud thereof, I neither could conjecture nor had experienced. Nor did he know the tides of my feelings, or the abyss of my danger. For I could not ask of him what I would as I would, being shut out both from his ear and speech by multitudes of busy people, whose weaknesses he served, with whom, when he was not taken up, which was but a little time, he was either refreshing his body with the sustenance absolutely necessary, or his mind with reading. But when he was reading, his eye glided over the pages, and his heart searched out the sense, but his voice and tongue were at rest. Ofttimes when we had come, for no man was forbidden to enter, nor was it his wont that any who came should be announced to him, we saw him thus reading to himself, and never otherwise, and having long sat silent, for who durst intrude on one so intent, we were fain to depart, conjecturing that in the small interval which he obtained, free from the din of others' business, for the recruiting of his mind, he was loth to be taken off, and perchance he dreaded lest, if the author he read should deliver anything obscurely, some attentive or perplexed hearer should desire him to expound it, or to discuss some of the harder questions. So that his time being thus spent, he could not turn over so many volumes as he desired, although the preserving of his voice, which a very little speaking would weaken, might be the truer reason for his reading to himself. But with what intent soever he did it, certainly in such a man it was good. I, however, certainly had no opportunity of inquiring what I wished of that so holy oracle of thine, his breast, unless the thing might be answered briefly. But those tides in me, to be poured out to him, required his full leisure, and never found it. I heard him indeed every Lord's day, rightly expounding the word of truth among the people, and I was more and more convinced that all the knots of those crafty calumnies which those our deceivers had knit against the divine books could be unravelled. But when I understood withal that man created by thee after thine own image was not so understood by thy spiritual sons, whom of the Catholic mother thou hast born again through grace, as though they believed and conceived of thee as bounded by human shape, although what a spiritual substance should be, I had not even a faint or shadowy notion. Yet, with joy, I blushed at having so many years barked not against the Catholic faith, but against the fictions of carnal imaginations. For so rash and impious had I been, that what I ought by inquiring to have learned, I had pronounced on, condemning. For thou, most high and most near, most secret and most present, who hast not limbs some larger, some smaller, but art wholly everywhere, and nowhere in space, art not of such corporeal shape, yet hast thou made man after thine own image. And behold, from head to foot is he contained in space. Ignorant then how this thy image should subsist, I should have knocked and proposed the doubt, how it was to be believed, not insultingly opposed it, as if believed. Doubt then what to hold for certain. The more sharply gnawed my heart, the more ashamed I was that so long deluded and deceived by the promise of certainties, I had with childish error and vehemence prated of so many uncertainties. For that they were falsehoods became clear to me later. However, I was certain that they were uncertain, and that I had formerly accounted them certain, when with a blind contentiousness I accused thy Catholic Church, whom I now discovered, not indeed as yet to teach truly, but at least not to teach that for which I had grievously censured her. So I was confounded and converted, and I joyed, O my God, that the one only church, the body of thine only Son, wherein the name of Christ had been put upon me as an infant, had no taste for infantine conceits, nor in her sound doctrine maintained any tenet which should confine thee, the Creator of all, in space, however great and large, yet bounded everywhere by the limits of a human form. I joyed also that the old scriptures of the law and the prophets were laid before me, not now to be perused with that eye to which before they seemed absurd, when I reviled thy holy ones for so thinking, whereas indeed they thought not so. And with joy I heard Ambrose in his sermons to the people oftentimes most diligently recommend this text for a rule: the letter killeth, but the Spirit giveth life, whilst he drew aside the mystic veil, laying open spiritually what, according to the letter, seemed to teach something unsound, teaching herein nothing that offended me, though he taught what I knew not as yet, whether it were true. For I kept my heart from assenting to anything, fearing to fall headlong, but by hanging in suspense I was the worse killed. For I wished to be as assured of the things I saw not, as I was that 7 and 3 are 10. For I was not so mad as to think that even this could not be comprehended, but I desired to have other things as clear as this, whether things corporeal, which were not present to my senses, or spiritual, whereof I knew not how to conceive, except corporeally. And by believing might I have been cured, that so the eyesight of my soul being cleared might in some way be directed to thy truth, which abideth always, and in no part faileth. But as it happens that one who has tried a bad physician fears to trust himself with a good one, so was it with the health of my soul, which could not be healed but by believing, and lest it should believe falsehoods, refused to be cured. Resisting thy hands, who hast prepared the medicines of faith, and hast applied them to the diseases of the whole world, and given unto them so great authority. Being led, however, from this to prefer the Catholic doctrine, I felt that her proceeding was more unassuming and honest, in that she required to be believed things not demonstrated, whether it was that they could in themselves be demonstrated but not to certain persons, or could not at all be. Whereas among the Manichees our credulity was mocked by a promise of certain knowledge, and then so many most fabulous and absurd things were imposed to be believed, because they could not be demonstrated. Then thou, O Lord, little by little, with most tender and most merciful hand, touching and composing my heart, didst persuade me, considering what innumerable things I believed, which I saw not, nor was present while they were done, as so many things in secular history, so many reports of places and of cities, which I had not seen, so many of friends, so many of physicians, so many continually of other men, which unless we should believe, we should do nothing at all in this life. Lastly, with how unshaken an assurance I believed of what parents I was born, which I could not know, had I not believed upon hearsay. Considering all this, thou didst persuade me that not they who believed thy books, which thou hast established in so great authority among almost all nations, but they who believed them not were to be blamed, and that they were not to be heard, who should say to me, how knowest thou those scriptures to have been imparted unto mankind by the Spirit of the one true and most true God? For this very thing was of all most to be believed, since no contentiousness of blasphemous questionings, of all that multitude which I had read in the self-contradicting philosophers, could wring this belief from me, that thou art whatsoever thou wert, what I knew not, and that the government of human things belongs to thee. This I believed, sometimes more strongly, more weakly otherwhiles. Yet I ever believed both that thou wert and hadst a care of us, though I was ignorant, both what was to be thought of thy substance, and what way led or led back to thee. Since then we were too weak by abstract reasonings to find out truth, and for this very cause needed the authority of Holy Writ. I had now begun to believe that thou wouldest never have given such excellency of authority to that writ in all lands, hadst thou not willed thereby to be believed in, thereby sought. For now, what things, sounding strangely in the Scripture, were wont to offend me, having heard divers of them expounded satisfactorily, I referred to the depth of the mysteries, and its authority appeared to me the more venerable and more worthy of religious credence, in that, while it lay open to all to read, it reserved the majesty of its mysteries within its profounder meaning, stooping to all in the great plainness of its words and lowliness of its style, yet calling forth the intensest application of such as are not light of heart, that so it might receive all in its open bosom, and through narrow passages waft over towards thee some few, yet many more than if it stood not aloft on such a height of authority, nor drew multitudes within its bosom by its holy lowliness. These things I thought on, and thou wert with me. I sighed, and thou heardest me. I wavered, and thou didst guide me. I wandered through the broad way of the world, and thou didst not forsake me. I panted after honours, gains, marriage, and thou deridedst me. In these desires I underwent most bitter crosses, thou being the more gracious, the less thou sufferedst aught to grow sweet to me, which was not thou. Behold my heart, O Lord, who wouldest I should remember all this, and confess to thee. Let my soul cleave unto thee, now that thou hast freed it from that fast-holding birdlime of death. How wretched was it! And thou didst irritate the feeling of its wound, that forsaking all else it might be converted unto thee, who art above all, and without whom all things would be nothing. Be converted, and be healed. How miserable was I then, and how didst thou deal with me, to make me feel my misery on that day, when I was preparing to recite a panegyric of the emperor, wherein I was to utter many a lie, and lying was to be applauded by those who knew I lied, and my heart was panting with these anxieties, and boiling with the feverishness of consuming thoughts. For passing through one of the streets of Milan, I observed a poor beggar, then, I suppose, with a full belly, joking and joyous, and I sighed and spoke to the friends around me of the many sorrows of our frenzies, for that by all such efforts of ours as those wherein I then toiled, dragging along, under the goading of desire, the burthen of my own wretchedness, and, by dragging, augmenting it, we yet looked to arrive only at that very joyousness whither that beggar man had arrived before us, who should never perchance attain it. For what he had obtained by means of a few begged pence, the same was I plotting for by many a toilsome turning and winding, the joy of a temporary felicity. For he verily had not the true joy, but yet I with those my ambitious designs was seeking one much less true. And certainly he was joyous, I anxious, he void of care, I full of fears. But should any ask me, had I rather be merry or fearful? I would answer merry. Again, if he asked, had I rather be such as he was, or what I then was? I should choose to be myself, though worn with cares and fears, but out of wrong judgment, for was it the truth? For I ought not to prefer myself to him, because more learned than he, seeing I had no joy therein, but sought to please men by it, and that not to instruct, but simply to please. Wherefore also thou didst break my bones with the staff of thy correction. Away with those then from my soul who say to her, it makes a difference whence a man's joy is. That beggar man joyed in drunkenness. Thou desiredst to joy in glory. What glory, Lord? That which is not in thee. For even as his was no true joy, so was that no true glory, and it overthrew my soul more. He that very night should digest his drunkenness, but I had slept and risen again with mine, and was to sleep again, and again to rise with it. How many days thou, God, knowest? But it doth make a difference whence a man's joy is. I know it, and the joy of a faithful hope lieth incomparably beyond such vanity. Yea, and so was he then beyond me. For he verily was the happier, not only for that he was thoroughly drenched in mirth, I disembowelled with cares, but he, by fair wishes, had gotten wine. I, by lying, was seeking for empty, swelling praise. Much to this purpose said I then to my friends, and I often marked in them how it fared with me, and I found it went ill with me, and grieved, and doubled that very ill, and if any prosperity smiled on me, I was loth to catch at it, for almost before I could grasp it, it flew away. These things we, who were living as friends together, bemoaned together, but chiefly and most familiarly did I speak thereof with Alypius and Nebridius, of whom Alypius was born in the same town with me, of persons of chief rank there, but younger than I. For he had studied under me, both when I first lectured in our town, and afterwards at Carthage, and he loved me much, because I seemed to him kind and learned, and I him, for his great towardliness to virtue, which was eminent enough in one of no greater years. Yet the whirlpool of Carthaginian habits, amongst whom those idle spectacles are hotly followed, had drawn him into the madness of the circus. But while he was miserably tossed therein, and I, professing rhetoric there, had a public school, as yet he used not my teaching, by reason of some unkindness risen betwixt his father and me. I had found then how deadly he doted upon the circus, and was deeply grieved that he seemed likely, nay, or had thrown away so great promise. Yet had I no means of advising or with a sort of constraint reclaiming him, either by the kindness of a friend or the authority of a master. For I supposed that he thought of me as did his father, but he was not such. Laying aside then his father's mind in that matter, he began to greet me, come sometimes into my lecture room, hear a little, and be gone. I, however, had forgotten to deal with him, that he should not, through a blind and headlong desire of vain pastimes, undo so good a wit. But thou, O Lord, who guidest the course of all thou hast created, hadst not forgotten him, who was one day to be among thy children, priest and dispenser of thy sacrament, and that his amendment might plainly be attributed to thyself, thou effectest it through me unknowingly. For as one day I sat in my accustomed place, with my scholars before me, he entered, greeted me, sat down, and applied his mind to what I then handled. I had by chance a passage in hand, which while I was explaining, a likeness from the Circensian races occurred to me, as likely to make what I would convey pleasanter and plainer, seasoned with biting mockery of those whom that madness had enthralled. God, thou knowest that I then thought not of curing Alypius of that infection. But he took it wholly to himself, and thought that I said it simply for his sake. And whence another would have taken occasion of offence with me, that right-minded youth took as a ground of being offended at himself, and loving me more fervently. For thou hadst said it long ago, and put it into thy book, Rebuke a wise man, and he will love thee. But I had not rebuked him, but thou, who employest all, knowing or not knowing, in that order which thyself knowest, and that order is just, didst of my heart and tongue make burning coals, by which to set on fire the hopeful mind, thus languishing, and so cure it. Let him be silent in thy praises, who considers not thy mercies, which confess unto thee out of my inmost soul. For he upon that speech burst out of that pit so deep, wherein he was wilfully plunged, and was blinded with its wretched pastimes. And he shook his mind with a strong self-command, whereupon all the filths of the Circensian pastimes flew off from him, nor came he again thither. Upon this he prevailed with his unwilling father that he might be my scholar. He gave way and gave in, and Alypius, beginning to be my hearer again, was involved in the same superstition with me, loving in the Manichees that show of continency which he supposed true and unfeigned, whereas it was a senseless and seducing continency, ensnaring precious souls, unable as yet to reach the depth of virtue, yet readily beguiled with the surface of what was but a shadowy and counterfeit virtue. He, not forsaking that secular course which his parents had charmed him to pursue, had gone before me to Rome to study law, and there he was carried away incredibly with an incredible eagerness after the shows of gladiators. For being utterly averse to and detesting spectacles, he was one day by chance met by divers of his acquaintance and fellow students coming from dinner, and they, with a familiar violence, hailed him, vehemently refusing and resisting, into the amphitheatre during these cruel and deadly shows, he thus protesting, Though you hail my body to that place, and there set me, can you force me also to turn my mind or my eyes to those shows? I shall then be absent while present, and so shall overcome both you and them. They, hearing this, led him on nevertheless, desirous perchance to try that very thing, whether he could do as he said. When they were come thither, and had taken their places as they could, the whole place kindled with that savage pastime. But he, closing the passage of his eyes, forbade his mind to range abroad after such evil, and would he had stopped his ears also. For in the fight, when one fell, a mighty cry of the whole people, striking him strongly, overcome by curiosity, and as if prepared to despise and be superior to it, whatsoever it were, even when seen, he opened his eyes and was stricken with a deeper wound in his soul than the other, whom he desired to behold, was in his body. And he fell more miserably than he upon whose fall that mighty noise was raised, which entered through his ears, and unlocked his eyes, to make way for the striking and beating down of a soul, bold rather than resolute, and the weaker in that it had presumed on itself, which ought to have relied on thee. For so soon as he saw that blood, he therewith drunk down savageness, nor turned away, but fixed his eye, drinking in frenzy, unawares, and was delighted with that guilty fight, and intoxicated with the bloody pastime. Nor was he now the man he came, but one of the throng he came unto. Yea, a true associate of theirs that brought him thither. Why say more? He beheld, shouted, kindled, carried thence with him the madness which should goad him to return, not only with them who first drew him thither, but also before them, yea, and to draw in others. Yet thence didst thou with a most strong and most merciful hand pluck him, and taughtest him to have confidence not in himself, but in thee. But this was after. But this was already being laid up in his memory to be a medicine hereafter. So was that also, that when he was yet studying under me at Carthage, and was thinking over at midday in the marketplace what he was to say by heart, as scholars used to practice, thou sufferedst him to be apprehended by the officers of the marketplace for a thief. For no other cause, I deem, didst thou, our God, suffer it, but that he who was hereafter to prove so great a man should already begin to learn that in judging of causes man was not readily to be condemned by man out of a rash credulity. For as he was walking up and down by himself before the judgment seat with his notebook and pen, lo, a young man, a lawyer, the real thief, privily bringing a hatchet, got in, unperceived by Alypius, as far as the leaden gratings which fence in the silversmiths' shops, and began to cut away the lead. But the noise of the hatchet being heard, the silversmiths beneath began to make a stir, and sent to apprehend whomever they should find. But he, hearing their voices, ran away, leaving his hatchet, fearing to be taken with it. Alypius now, who had not seen him enter, was aware of his going, and saw with what speed he made away. And being desirous to know the matter, entered the place, where finding the hatchet he was standing, wondering and considering it, when behold, those that had been sent find him alone with the hatchet in his hand, the noise whereof had startled and brought them thither. They seize him, hale him away, and gathering the dwellers in the marketplace together, boast of having taken a notorious thief, and so he was being led away to be taken before the judge. But thus far was Alypius to be instructed. For forthwith, O Lord, thou succourdst his innocency, whereof thou alone wert witness. For as he was being led either to prison or to punishment, a certain architect met them, who had the chief charge of the public buildings. Glad they were to meet him especially, by whom they were wont to be suspected of stealing the goods lost out of the marketplace, as though to show him at last by whom these thefts were committed. He, however, had divers times seen Alypius at a certain senator's house, to whom he often went to pay his respects, and recognizing him immediately, took him aside by the hand, and inquiring the occasion of so great a calamity, heard the whole matter, and bade all present, amid much uproar and threats, to go with him. So they came to the house of the young man who had done the deed. There, before the door, was a boy so young as to be likely, not apprehending any harm to his master, to disclose the whole, for he had attended his master to the marketplace. Whom so soon as Alypius remembered, he told the architect, and he, showing the hatchet to the boy, asked him, whose that was? Ours, quoth he presently, and being further questioned, he discovered everything. Thus the crime being transferred to that house, and the multitude ashamed, which had begun to insult over Alypius, he, who was to be a dispenser of thy word, and an examiner of many causes in thy church, went away better experienced and instructed. Him then I had found at Rome, and he clave to me by a most strong tie, and went with me to Milan, both that he might not leave me, and might practice something of the law he had studied, more to please his parents than himself. There he had thrice sat as assessor, with an uncorruptness much wondered at by others, he wondering at others rather who could prefer gold to honesty. His character was tried besides, not only with the bait of covetousness, but with the goad of fear. At Rome he was assessor to the Count of the Italian treasury. There was at that time a very powerful senator, to whose favours many stood indebted, many much feared. He would needs, by his usual power, have a thing allowed him which by the laws was unallowed. Alypius resisted it. A bribe was promised. With all his heart he scorned it. Threats were held out. He trampled upon them, all wondering at so unwonted a spirit, which neither desired the friendship nor feared the enmity of one so great and so mightily renowned for innumerable means of doing good or evil. And the very judge, whose counsellor Alypius was, although also unwilling it should be, yet did not openly refuse, but put the matter off upon Alypius, alleging that he would not allow him to do it, for in truth, had the judge done it, Alypius would have decided otherwise. With this one thing in the way of learning was he well nigh seduced, that he might have books copied for him at praetorian prices, but consulting justice, he altered his deliberation for the better, esteeming equity, whereby he was hindered more gainful than the power whereby he were allowed. These are slight things, but he that is faithful in little is faithful also in much. Nor can that anyhow be void, which proceeded out of the mouth of thy truth. If ye have not been faithful in the unrighteous mammon, who will commit to your trust true riches? And if ye have not been faithful in that which is another man's, who shall give you that which is your own? He being such, did at that time cleave to me, and with me wavered in purpose what course of life was to be taken. Nebridius also, who having left his native country near Carthage, yea, and Carthage itself, where he had much lived, leaving his excellent family estate and house, and a mother behind, who was not to follow him, had come to Milan, for no other reason but that with me he might live in a most ardent search after truth and wisdom. Like me, he sighed. Like me, he wavered, an ardent searcher after true life, and a most acute examiner of the most difficult questions. Thus were there the mouths of 3 indigent persons, sighing out their wants one to another, and waiting upon thee that thou mightest give them their meat in due season. And in all the bitterness which by thy mercy followed our worldly affairs, as we looked towards the end, why we should suffer all this, darkness met us, and we turned away groaning, and saying, How long shall these things be? This too we often said, and so saying forsook them not, for as yet there dawned nothing certain, which these forsaken we might embrace. And I, viewing and reviewing things, most wondered at the length of time from that my 19th year, wherein I had begun to kindle with the desire of wisdom, settling, when I had found her, to abandon all the empty hopes and lying frenzies of vain desires. And lo, I was now in my 30th year, sticking in the same mire, greedy of enjoying things present, which passed away and wasted my soul, while I said to myself, Tomorrow I shall find it. It will appear manifestly, and I shall grasp it. Lo, Faustus the Manichee will come, and clear everything. O you great men, ye academicians, it is true then, that no certainty can be attained for the ordering of life. Nay, let us search the more diligently, and despair not. Lo, things in the ecclesiastical books are not absurd to us now, which sometimes seemed absurd, and may be otherwise taken, and in a good sense. I will take my stand, where as a child my parents placed me, until the clear truth be found out. But where shall it be sought, or when? Ambrose has no leisure, we have no leisure to read. Where shall we find even the books? Whence, or when procure them? From whom borrow them? Let set times be appointed, and certain hours be ordered for the health of our soul. Great hope has dawned. The Catholic faith teaches not what we thought, and vainly accused it of. Her instructed members hold it profane to believe God to be bounded by the figure of a human body, and do we doubt to knock that the rest may be opened? The forenoons our scholars take up. What do we during the rest? Why not this? But when then pay we court to our great friends, whose favour we need? When compose what we may sell to scholars? When refresh ourselves, unbending our minds from this intenseness of care. Perish everything, dismiss we these empty vanities, and betake ourselves to the one search for truth. Life is vain, death uncertain. If it steals upon us on a sudden, in what state shall we depart hence? And where shall we learn what here we have neglected? And shall we not rather suffer the punishment of this negligence? What, if death itself cut off and end all care and feeling? Then must this be ascertained. But God forbid this. It is no vain and empty thing that the excellent dignity of the authority of the Christian faith hath overspread the whole world. Never would such and so great things be by God wrought for us, if with the death of the body the life of the soul came to an end. Wherefore delay then to abandon worldly hopes, and give ourselves wholly to seek after God and the blessed life. But wait, even those things are pleasant. They have some, and no small sweetness. We must not lightly abandon them, for it were a shame to return again to them. See, it is no great matter now to obtain some station, and then what should we more wish for? We have store of powerful friends, if nothing else offer, and we be in much haste, at least a presidentship may be given us, and a wife with some money, that she increase not our charges, and this shall be the bound of desire. Many great men, and most worthy of imitation, have given themselves to the study of wisdom in the state of marriage. While I went over these things, and these winds shifted and drove my heart this way and that, time passed on, but I delayed to turn to the Lord, and from day to day deferred to live in thee, and deferred not daily to die in myself. Loving a happy life, I feared it in its own abode, and sought it by fleeing from it. I thought I should be too miserable, unless folded in female arms, and of the medicine of thy mercy, to cure that infirmity I thought not having tried it. As for continency, I supposed it to be in our own power, though in myself I did not find that power. Being so foolish as not to know what is written, none can be continent unless thou give it, and that thou wouldest give it, if with inward groanings I did knock at thine ears, and with a settled faith did cast my care on thee. Alypius indeed kept me from marrying, alleging that so could we by no means with undistracted leisure live together in the love of wisdom, as we had long desired. For himself was even then most pure in this point, so that it was wonderful, and that the more, since in the outset of his youth he had entered into that course, but had not stuck fast therein. Rather had he felt remorse and revolting at it, living thenceforth until now most continently, but I opposed him with the examples of those who as married men had cherished wisdom, and served God acceptably, and retained their friends, and loved them faithfully, of whose greatness of spirit I was far short, and bound with the disease of the flesh, and its deadly sweetness, drew along my chain, dreading to be loosed, and as if my wound had been fretted, put back his good persuasions, as it were the hand of one that would unchain me. Moreover, by me did the serpent speak unto Alypius himself, by my tongue weaving and laying in his path pleasurable snares, wherein his virtuous and free feet might be entangled. For when he wondered that I, whom he esteemed not slightly, should stick so fast in the birdlime of that pleasure, as to protest, so oft as we discussed it, that I could never lead a single life, and urged in my defence when I saw him wonder that there was great difference between his momentary and scarce remembered knowledge of that life, which so he might easily despise, and my continued acquaintance whereto, if the honourable name of marriage were added, he ought not to wonder why I could not contemn that course. He began also to desire to be married, not as overcome with desire of such pleasure, but out of curiosity. For he would fain know, he said, what that should be, without which my life, to him so pleasing, would to me seem not life but a punishment. For his mind, free from that chain, was amazed at my thraldom, and through that amazement was going on to a desire of trying it, thence to the trial itself, and thence perhaps to sink into that bondage whereat he wondered, seeing he was willing to make a covenant with death, and he that loves danger shall fall into it. For whatever honour there be in the office of well ordering a married life and a family moved us but slightly. But me, for the most part, the habit of satisfying an insatiable appetite tormented, while it held me captive. Him an admiring wonder was leading captive. So were we, until thou, O Most High, not forsaking our dust, commiserating us miserable, didst come to our help by wondrous and secret ways. Continual effort was made to have me married. I wooed, I was promised, chiefly through my mother's pains, that so once married, the health-giving baptism might cleanse me, towards which she rejoiced that I was being daily fitted, and observed that her prayers and thy promises were being fulfilled in my faith. At which time, verily, both at my request and her own longing, with strong cries of heart she daily begged of thee, that thou wouldest by a vision discover unto her something concerning my future marriage, thou never wouldest. She saw indeed certain vain and fantastic things, such as the energy of the human spirit, busied thereon, brought together, and these she told me of, not with that confidence she was wont, when thou showedst her anything but slighting them. For she could, she said, through a certain feeling, which in words she could not express, discern betwixt thy revelations and the dreams of her own soul. Yet the matter was pressed on, and a maiden asked in marriage 2 years under the fit age, and, as pleasing, was waited for. And many of us friends, conferring about and detesting the turbulent turmoils of human life, had debated and now almost resolved on living apart from business and the bustle of men, and this was to be thus obtained. We were to bring whatever we might severally procure and make one household of all, so that through the truth of our friendship nothing should belong especially to any, but the whole, thus derived from all, should as a whole belong to each, and all to all. We thought there might be some often persons in this society, some of whom were very rich, especially Romanianus, our townsman, from childhood a very familiar friend of mine, whom the grievous perplexities of his affairs had brought up to court, who was the most earnest for this project, and therein was his voice of great weight, because his ample estate far exceeded any of the rest. We had settled also that 2 annual officers, as it were, should provide all things necessary, the rest being undisturbed. But when we began to consider whether the wives, which some of us already had, others hoped to have, would allow this, all that plan, which was being so well moulded, fell to pieces in our hands, was utterly dashed and cast aside. Thence we betook us to sighs and groans, and our steps to follow the broad and beaten ways of the world. For many thoughts were in our heart, but thy counsel standeth forever, out of which counsel thou didst deride ours, and preparedst thine own, purposing to give us meat in due season, and to fill our souls with blessing. Meanwhile my sins were being multiplied, and my concubine being torn from my side, as a hindrance to my marriage. My heart, which clave unto her, was torn and wounded and bleeding. And she returned to Afric, vowing unto thee never to know any other man, leaving with me my son by her. But unhappy I, who could not imitate a very woman, impatient of delay, inasmuch as not, till after 2 years, was I to obtain her, I sought not being so much a lover of marriage as a slave to lust, procured another, though no wife, that so by the servitude of an enduring custom, the disease of my soul might be kept up and carried on in its vigor, or even augmented into the dominion of marriage. Nor was that my wound cured, which had been made by the cutting away of the former, but after inflammation and most acute pain, it mortified, and my pains became less acute, but more desperate. To thee be praise, glory to thee, fountain of mercies. I was becoming more miserable, and thou nearer. Thy right hand was continually ready to pluck me out of the mire and to wash me thoroughly, and I knew it not. Nor did anything call me back from a yet deeper gulf of carnal pleasures, but the fear of death and of thy judgment to come, which amid all my changes never departed from my breast. And in my disputes with my friends Alypius and Nebridius of the nature of good and evil, I held that Epicurus had in my mind won the palm, had I not believed that after death there remained a life for the soul, and places of requital according to men's deserts, which Epicurus would not believe. And I asked, were we immortal, and to live in perpetual bodily pleasure, without fear of losing it, why should we not be happy, or what else should we seek? Not knowing that great misery was involved in this very thing, that being thus sunk and blinded, I could not discern that light of excellence and beauty, to be embraced for its own sake, which the eye of flesh cannot see, and is seen by the inner man. Nor did I, unhappy, consider from what source it sprung, that even on these things, foul as they were, I with pleasure discoursed with my friends. Nor could I, even according to the notions I then had of happiness, be happy without friends, amid what abundance soever of carnal pleasures. And yet these friends I loved for themselves only, and I felt that I was beloved of them again for myself only. O crooked paths, woe to the audacious soul, which hoped, by forsaking thee, to gain some better thing. Turned it hath, and turned again, upon back, sides, and belly, yet all was painful, and thou alone rest. And behold, thou art at hand, and deliverest us from our wretched wanderings, and placest us in thy way, and dost comfort us, and say, Run, I will carry you, yea, I will bring you through, there also will I carry you. Book 7. Deceased was now that my evil and abominable youth, and I was passing into early manhood, the more defiled by vain things as I grew in years, who could not imagine any substance, but such as is wont to be seen with these eyes. I thought not of thee, O God, under the figure of a human body. Since I began to hear aught of wisdom, I always avoided this, and rejoiced to have found the same in the faith of our spiritual mother, thy Catholic Church. But what else to conceive of thee I knew not. And I, a man, and such a man, sought to conceive of thee the sovereign, only, true God. And I did, in my inmost soul, believe that thou wert incorruptible, and uninjurable, and unchangeable. Because though not knowing whence or how, yet I saw plainly, and was sure, that that which may be corrupted must be inferior to that which cannot. What could not be injured, I preferred unhesitatingly to what could receive injury, the unchangeable to things subject to change. My heart passionately cried out against all my phantoms, and with this one blow I sought to beat away from the eye of my mind all that unclean troop which buzzed around it. And lo, being scarce put off, in the twinkling of an eye they gathered again thick about me, flew against my face, and beclouded it, so that though not under the form of the human body, yet was I constrained to conceive of thee, that incorruptible, uninjurable, and unchangeable, which I preferred before the corruptible, and injurable, and changeable, as being in space, whether infused into the world, or diffused infinitely without it. Because whatsoever I conceived, deprived of this space, seemed to me nothing, yea, altogether nothing, not even a void, as if a body were taken out of its place, and the place should remain empty of any body at all, of earth and water, air and heaven, yet would it remain a void place, as it were a spacious nothing. I, then being thus gross-hearted, nor clear even to myself, whatsoever was not extended over certain spaces, nor diffused, nor condensed, nor swelled out, or did not or could not receive some of these dimensions, I thought to be altogether nothing. For over such forms as my eyes are wont to range, did my heart then range. Nor yet did I see that this same notion of the mind, whereby I formed those very images, was not of this sort, and yet it could not have formed them, had not itself been some great thing. So also did I endeavour to conceive of thee, life of my life, as vast, through infinite spaces on every side, penetrating the whole mass of the universe, and beyond it every way, through unmeasurable boundless spaces, so that the earth should have thee, the heaven have thee, all things have thee, and they be bounded in thee, and thou bounded nowhere. For that as the body of this air which is above the earth, hindereth not the light of the sun from passing through it, penetrating it, not by bursting or by cutting, but by filling it wholly. So I thought the body not of heaven, air, and sea only, but of the earth too, pervious to thee, so that in all its parts, the greatest as the smallest, it should admit thy presence, by a secret inspiration, within and without, directing all things which thou hast created. So I guessed, only as unable to conceive aught else, for it was false. For thus should a greater part of the earth contain a greater portion of thee, and a lesser, and all things should in such sort be full of thee, that the body of an elephant should contain more of thee than that of a sparrow, by how much larger it is, and takes up more room, and thus shouldest thou make the several portions of thyself present unto the several portions of the world, in fragments, large to the large, petty to the petty. But such art not thou, but not as yet hadst thou enlightened my darkness. It was enough for me, Lord, to oppose to those deceived deceivers and dumb praters, since thy word sounded not out of them. That was enough which long ago, while we were yet at Carthage, Nebridius used to propound, at which all we that heard it were staggered. That said, nation of darkness, which the Manichees are wont to set as an opposing mass over against thee, what could it have done unto thee, hadst thou refused to fight with it? For if they answered, it would have done thee some hurt, then shouldest thou be subject to injury and corruption. But it could do thee no hurt, then was no reason brought for thy fighting with it, and fighting in such wise as that a certain portion or member of thee, or offspring of thy very substance, should be mingled with opposed powers, and natures not created by thee, and be by them so far corrupted and changed to the worse, as to be turned from happiness into misery, and need assistance, whereby it might be extricated and purified. And that this offspring of thy substance was the soul, which being enthralled, defiled, corrupted, thy word, free, pure, and whole, might relieve, that word itself being still corruptible, because it was of one and the same substance. So then, should they affirm thee, whatsoever thou art, that is, thy substance, whereby thou art, to be incorruptible, then were all these sayings false and execrable. But if corruptible, the very statement showed it to be false and revolting. This argument then of Nebridius sufficed against those who deserved wholly to be vomited out of the overcharged stomach, for they had no escape, without horrible blasphemy of heart and tongue, thus thinking and speaking of thee. But I also as yet, although I held and was firmly persuaded that thou art Lord, the true God, who madest not only our souls, but our bodies, and not only our souls and bodies, but all beings and all things, wert undefilable and unalterable, and in no degree mutable. Yet understood I not, clearly and without difficulty, the cause of evil. And yet, whatever it were, I perceived it was in such wise to be sought out, as should not constrain me to believe the immutable God to be mutable, lest I should become that evil I was seeking out. I sought it out then, thus far free from anxiety, certain of the untruth of what these held, from whom I shrunk with my whole heart, for I saw that through inquiring the origin of evil, they were filled with evil, in that they preferred to think that thy substance did suffer ill than their own did commit it. And I strained to perceive what I now heard, that free will was the cause of our doing ill, and thy just judgment of our suffering ill. But I was not able clearly to discern it. So then, endeavouring to draw my soul's vision out of that deep pit, I was again plunged therein, and endeavouring often, I was plunged back as often. But this raised me a little into thy light, that I knew as well that I had a will as that I lived. When then I did will or nill anything, I was most sure that no other than myself did will and nill. And I all but saw that there was the cause of my sin. But what I did against my will, I saw that I suffered rather than did. And I judged not to be my fault, but my punishment. Whereby, however, holding thee to be just, I speedily confessed myself to be not unjustly punished. But again I said, who made me? Did not my God, who is not only good, but goodness itself? Whence then came I to will evil and nill good, so that I am thus justly punished? Who set this in me, and engrafted into me this plant of bitterness, seeing I was wholly formed by my most sweet God? If the devil were the author, whence is that same devil? And if he also, by his own perverse will, of a good angel became a devil, whence, again, came in him that evil will whereby he became a devil, seeing the whole nature of angels was made by that most good Creator? By these thoughts I was again sunk down and choked, yet not brought down to that hell of error, where no man confesseth unto thee, to think rather that thou dost suffer ill than that man doth it. For I was in such wise striving to find out the rest, as one who had already found that the incorruptible must needs be better than the corruptible, And thee, therefore, whatsoever thou wert, I confess to be incorruptible. For never soul was, nor shall be, able to conceive anything which may be better than thou, who art the sovereign and the best good. But since most truly and certainly the incorruptible is preferable to the corruptible, as I did now prefer it, then, wert thou not incorruptible, I could in thought have arrived at something better than my God. Where then I saw the incorruptible to be preferable to the corruptible, there ought I to seek for thee, and there observe wherein evil itself was. That is, whence corruption comes, by which thy substance can by no means be impaired. For corruption does no ways impair our God, by no will, by no necessity, by no unlooked-for chance, because he is God, and what he wills is good, and himself is that good. But to be corrupted is not good. Nor art thou against thy will constrained to anything, since thy will is not greater than thy power. But greater should it be, were thyself greater than thyself. For the will and power of God is God himself. And what can be unlooked for by thee, who knowest all things? Nor is there any nature in things, but thou knowest it. And what should we more say? Why that substance which God is should not be corruptible, seeing if it were so, it should not be God. And I sought, whence is evil, and sought in an evil way, and saw not the evil in my very search. I set now before the sight of my spirit the whole creation, whatsoever we can see therein, as sea, earth, air, stars, trees, mortal creatures, yea, and whatever in it we do not see, as the firmament of heaven, all angels moreover, and all the spiritual inhabitants thereof. But these very beings, as though they were bodies, did my fancy dispose in place, and I made one great mass of thy creation, distinguished as to the kinds of bodies. Some real bodies, some what myself had feigned for spirits. And this mass I made huge, not as it was, which I could not know, but as I thought convenient, yet every way finite. But thee, O Lord, I imagined on every part environing and penetrating it, though every way infinite, as if there were a sea, everywhere, and on every side, through unmeasured space, one only boundless sea, and it contained within it some sponge, huge but bounded. That sponge must needs, in all its parts, be filled from that unmeasurable sea. So conceived I thy creation, itself finite, full of thee, the infinite. And I said, Behold God, and behold what God hath created, and God is good, yea, most mightily and incomparably better than all these. But yet he, the good, created them good, and see how he environeth and fulfils them. Where is evil then, and whence, and how crept it in hither? What is its root, and what its seed? Or hath it no being? Why then fear we, and avoid what is not? Or if we fear it idly, then is that very fear evil, whereby the soul is thus idly goaded and racked. Yea, and so much a greater evil, as we have nothing to fear, and yet do fear. Therefore, either is that evil which we fear, or else evil is that we fear. Whence is it then, seeing God, the good, hath created all these things good? He indeed, the greater and chiefest good, hath created these lesser goods. Still, both creator and created, all are good. Whence is evil? Or was there some evil matter of which he made and formed and ordered it, yet left something in it which he did not convert into good? Why so then? Had he no might to turn and change the whole, so that no evil should remain in it, seeing he is almighty? Lastly, why would he make anything at all of it, and not rather by the same almightiness cause it not to be at all? Or could it then be against his will? Or if it were from eternity, why suffered he it so to be for infinite spaces of times past, and was pleased so long after to make something out of it? Or if he were suddenly pleased now to effect somewhat, this rather should the Almighty have effected, that this evil matter should not be, and he alone be, the whole, true, sovereign, and infinite good. Or if it was not good that he who was good should not also frame and create something that were good, then, that evil matter being taken away and brought to nothing, he might form good matter, whereof to create all things. For he should not be almighty if he might not create something good without the aid of that matter which himself had not created. These thoughts I revolved in my miserable heart, overcharged with most gnawing cares, lest I should die ere I had found the truth. Yet was the faith of thy Christ, our Lord and Saviour, professed in the Church Catholic, firmly fixed in my heart, in many points, indeed, as yet unformed, and fluctuating from the rule of doctrine. Yet did not my mind utterly leave it, but rather daily took in more and more of it. By this time also had I rejected the lying divinations and impious dotages of the astrologers. Let thine own mercies, out of my very inmost soul, confess unto thee for this also, O my God. For thou altogether, for who else calls us back from the death of all errors, save the life which cannot die, and the wisdom which needing no light enlightens the minds that need it, whereby the universe is directed, down to the whirling leaves of trees? Thou madest provision for my obstinacy, wherewith I struggled against Vindicianus, an acute old man, and Nebridius, a young man of admirable talents, the first vehemently affirming, and the latter often, though with some doubtfulness, saying that there was no such art whereby to foresee things to come, but that men's conjectures were a sort of lottery, and that out of many things which they said should come to pass, some actually did, unawares to them who spake it, who stumbled upon it through their oft speaking. Thou providedst then a friend for me, no negligent consulter of the astrologers, nor yet well skilled in those arts, but, as I said, a curious consulter with them, and yet knowing something, which he said he had heard of his father, which how far it went to overthrow the estimation of that art, he knew not. This man then, Firminus by name, having had a liberal education and well taught in rhetoric, consulted me, as one very dear to him, what, according to his so-called constellations, I thought on certain affairs of his, wherein his worldly hopes had risen, and I, who had herein now begun to incline towards Nebridius's opinion, did not altogether refuse to conjecture, and tell him what came into my unresolved mind, but added that I was now almost persuaded that these were but empty and ridiculous follies. Thereupon he told me that his father had been very curious in such books, and had a friend as earnest in them as himself, who with joint study and conference fanned the flame of their affections to these toys, so that they would observe the moments whereat the very dumb animals, which bred about their houses, gave birth, and then observed the relative position of the heavens, thereby to make fresh experiments in this so-called art. He said then that he had heard of his father, that what time his mother was about to give birth to him, Firminus, a woman servant of that friend of his father's, was also with child, which could not escape her master, who took care with most exact diligence to know the births of his very puppies. And so it was that, the one for his wife, and the other for his servant, with the most careful observation, reckoning days, hours, nay, the lesser divisions of the hours, both were delivered at the same instant, so that both were constrained to allow the same constellations even to the minutest points, the one for his son, the other for his newborn slave. For so soon as the women began to be in labour, they each gave notice to the other what was fallen out in their houses, and had messengers ready to send to one another so soon as they had notice of the actual birth, of which they had easily provided, each in his own province, to give instant intelligence. Thus then the messengers of the respective parties met, he averred, at such an equal distance from either house that neither of them could make out any difference in the position of the stars, or any other minutest points. And yet Firminus, born in a high estate in his parents' house, ran his course through the gilded paths of life, was increased in riches, raised to honours, whereas that slave continued to serve his masters without any relaxation of his yoke, as Firminus, who knew him, told me. Upon hearing and believing these things, told by one of such credibility, all that my resistance gave way, and first I endeavoured to reclaim Firminus himself from that curiosity, by telling him that upon inspecting his constellations, I ought, if I were to predict truly, to have seen in them parents eminent among their neighbours, a noble family in its own city, high birth, good education, liberal learning. But if that servant had consulted me upon the same constellations, since they were his also, I ought again to tell him too truly, to see in them a lineage the most abject, a slavish condition, and everything else utterly at variance with the former. Whence then, if I spake the truth, I should from the same constellations speak diversely, or if I spake the same, speak falsely. Thence it followed most certainly that whatever, upon consideration of the constellations, was spoken truly, was spoken not out of art, but chance, and whatever spoken falsely was not out of ignorance in the art, but the failure of the chance. An opening thus made, ruminating with myself on the like things, that no one of those dotards, who lived by such a trade, and whom I longed to attack, and with derision to confute, might urge against me that Firminus had informed me falsely, or his father him. I bent my thoughts on those that are born twins, who for the most part come out of the womb so near one to other that the small interval, how much force soever in the nature of things folk may pretend it to have, cannot be noted by human observation, or be at all expressed in those figures which the astrologer is to inspect, that he may pronounce truly. Yet they cannot be true, for looking into the same figures, he must have predicted the same of Esau and Jacob, whereas the same happened not to them. Therefore he must speak falsely, or if truly then, looking into the same figures, he must not give the same answer. Not by art, then, but by chance, would he speak truly. For thou, O Lord, most righteous ruler of the universe, while consulters and consulted know it not, dost by thy hidden inspiration effect that the consulter should hear what, according to the hidden deservings of souls, he ought to hear out of the unsearchable depth of thy just judgment, to whom let no man say, What is this? Why that? Let him not so say, for he is man. Now then, O my helper, hadst thou loosed me from those fetters, and I sought, whence is evil, and found no way. But thou sufferedst me not by any fluctuations of thought to be carried away from the faith, whereby I believed thee both to be, and thy substance to be unchangeable, and that thou hast a care of, and wouldest judge men, and that in Christ thy Son, our Lord, and the Holy Scriptures, which the authority of thy Catholic Church pressed upon me, thou hadst set the way of man's salvation to that life which is to be after this death. These things being safe and immovably settled in my mind, I sought anxiously, whence was evil? What were the pangs of my teeming heart? What groans, O my God? Yet even there were thine ears open, and I knew it not. And when in silence I vehemently sought, those silent contritions of my soul were strong cries unto thy mercy. Thou knewest what I suffered, and no man. For what was that which was thence through my tongue distilled into the ears of my most familiar friends? Did the whole tumult of my soul, for which neither time nor utterance sufficed, reach them? Yet went up the whole to thy hearing, all which I roared out from the groanings of my heart. And my desire was before thee, and the light of mine eyes was not with me, for that was within, I without. Nor was that confined to place, but I was intent on things contained in place, but there found I no resting place, nor did they so receive me that I could say, It is enough, it is well. Nor did they yet suffer me to turn back, where it might be well enough with me. For to these things was I superior, but inferior to thee, and thou art my true joy when subjected to thee, and thou hadst subjected to me what thou createdst below me. And this was the true temperament and middle region of my safety, to remain in thy image, and by serving thee rule the body. But when I rose proudly against thee, and ran against the Lord with my neck, with the thick bosses of my buckler, even these inferior things were set above me and pressed me down, and nowhere was there respite or space of breathing. They met my sight on all sides by heaps and troops, and in thought the images thereof presented themselves unsought, as I would return to thee, as if they would say unto me, Whither goest thou, unworthy and defiled? And these things had grown out of my wound, for thou humbledst the proud like one that is wounded, and through my own swelling was I separated from thee. Yea, my pride-swollen face closed up mine eyes. But thou, Lord, abidest forever. Yet not forever art thou angry with us. because thou pitiest our dust and ashes, and it was pleasing in thy sight to reform my deformities. And by inward goads didst thou rouse me, that I should be ill at ease, until thou wert manifested to my inward sight. Thus, by the secret hand of thy medicining was my swelling abated, and the troubled and bedimmed eyesight of my mind, by the smarting anointings of healthful sorrows, was from day to day healed. And thou, willing first to show me how thou resistest the proud, but givest grace unto the humble, and by how great an act of thy mercy thou hadst traced out to men the way of humility, in that thy word was made flesh, and dwelt among men. Thou procuredst for me, by means of one puffed up with most unnatural pride, certain books of the Platonists, translated from Greek into Latin. And therein I read, not indeed in the very words, but to the very same purpose, enforced by many and divers reasons, that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was nothing made. That which was made by him is life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And that the soul of man, though it bears witness to the light, yet itself is not that light. But the word of God, being God, is that true light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world. And that he was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. But that he came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, as many as believed in his name. This I read not there. Again I read there, that God the Word was born not of flesh, nor of blood, nor of the will of man, nor of the will of the flesh, but of God. But that the Word was made flesh, and dwelt among us, I read not there. For I traced in those books that it was many, and divers ways said, that the Son was in the form of the Father, and thought it not robbery to be equal with God, for that naturally he was the same substance. But that he emptied himself, taking the form of a servant, being made in the likeness of men, and found in fashion as a man, humbled himself, and became obedient unto death, and that the death of the cross. Wherefore God exalted him from the dead, and gave him a name above every name, that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow, of things in heaven, and things in earth, and things under the earth, and that every tongue should confess that the Lord Jesus Christ is in the glory of God the Father. Those books have not. For that before all times and above all times thy only begotten Son remaineth unchangeable, co-eternal with thee, and that of his fullness souls receive, that they may be blessed, and that by participation of wisdom abiding in them they are renewed so as to be wise, is there. But that in due time he died for the ungodly, and that thou sparedst not thine only Son, but deliveredst him for us all, is not there. For thou hiddest these things from the wise, and revealedst them to babes, that they that labor and are heavy laden might come unto him, and he refresh them, because he is meek and lowly in heart, and the meek he directeth in judgment, and the gentle he teacheth his ways, beholding our lowliness and trouble, and forgiving all our sins. But such as are lifted up in the lofty walk of some would-be sublimer learning, hear not him, saying, Learn of me, for I am meek and lowly in heart, and ye shall find rest to your souls. Although they knew God, yet they glorify him not as God, nor are thankful, but wax vain in their thoughts, and their foolish heart is darkened. Professing that they were wise, they became fools. And therefore did I read there also, that they had changed the glory of thy incorruptible nature into idols and divers shapes, into the likeness of the image of corruptible man, and birds and beasts, and creeping things, namely, into that Egyptian food for which Esau lost his birthright, for that thy firstborn people worship the head of a four-footed beast instead of thee, turning in heart back towards Egypt, and bowing thy image, their own soul, before the image of a calf that eateth hay. These things found I here, but I fed not on them. For it pleased thee, O Lord, to take away the reproach of diminution from Jacob, that the elder should serve the younger, and thou calledst the Gentiles into thine inheritance. And I had come to thee from among the Gentiles, And I set my mind upon the gold which thou willedst thy people to take from Egypt, seeing thine it was, wheresoever it were. And to the Athenians thou saidst by thy apostle, that in thee we live, move, and have our being, as one of their own poets had said. And verily these books came from thence. But I set not my mind on the idols of Egypt, whom they served with thy gold, who changed the truth of God into a lie, and worshipped and served the creature more than the Creator. And being thence admonished to return to myself, I entered even into my inward self, thou being my guide, and able I was, for thou wert become my helper. And I entered and beheld with the eye of my soul, such as it was, above the same eye of my soul, above my mind, the light unchangeable. Not this ordinary light, which all flesh may look upon, nor as it were a greater of the same kind, as though the brightness of this should be manifold brighter, and with its greatness take up all space. Not such was this light, but other, yea, far other from these. Nor was it above my soul, as oil is above water, nor yet as heaven above earth, but above to my soul, because it made me, and I below it, because I was made by it. He that knows the truth knows what that light is, and he that knows it knows eternity. Love knoweth it. O truth, who art eternity, and love, who art truth, and eternity, who art love. Thou art my God, to thee do I sigh night and day. Thee when I first knew, thou liftedst me up, that I might see there was what I might see, and that I was not yet such as to see. And thou didst beat back the weakness of my sight, streaming forth thy beams of light upon me most strongly, and I trembled with love and awe, and I perceived myself to be far off from thee, in the region of unlikeness, as if I heard this thy voice from on high. I am the food of grown men, grow, and thou shalt feed upon me, nor shalt thou convert me, like the food of thy flesh into thee, but thou shalt be converted into me. And I learned that thou for iniquity chastenest man, and thou madest my soul to consume away like a spider. And I said, Is truth therefore nothing, because it is not diffused through space, finite or infinite? And thou criedst to me from afar, Yet verily I am that I am. And I heard, as the heart heareth, nor had I room to doubt, and I should sooner doubt that I live, than that truth is not, which is clearly seen, being understood by those things which are made. And I beheld the other things below thee, and I perceived that they neither altogether are, nor altogether are not, for they are, since they are from thee, but are not, because they are not what thou art. For that truly is which remains unchangeably. It is good then for me to hold fast unto God. For if I remain not in him, I cannot in myself, but he remaining in himself reneweth all things. And thou art the Lord my God, since thou standest not in need of my goodness. And it was manifested unto me that those things be good which yet are corrupted, which neither were they sovereignly good, nor unless they were good could be corrupted. For if sovereignly good, they were incorruptible. If not good at all, there were nothing in them to be corrupted. For corruption injures, but unless it diminished goodness, it could not injure. Either then corruption injures not, which cannot be, or which is most certain, all which is corrupted is deprived of good. But if they be deprived of all good, they shall cease to be. For if they shall be, and can now no longer be corrupted, they shall be better than before, because they shall abide incorruptibly. And what more monstrous than to affirm things to become better by losing all their good? Therefore, if they shall be deprived of all good, they shall no longer be. So long, therefore, as they are good. Therefore, whatsoever is good. That evil, then, which I sought, whence it is not any substance. For were it a substance, it should be good. For either it should be an incorruptible substance, and so a chief good, or a corruptible substance, which unless it were good, could not be corrupted. I perceived, therefore, and it was manifested to me, that thou madest all things good, nor is there any substance at all, which thou madest not. And for that thou madest not all things equal, therefore are all things, because each is good, and altogether very good, because our God made all things very good. And to thee is nothing whatsoever evil. Yea, not only to thee, but also to thy creation as a whole, because there is nothing without, which may break in and corrupt that order which thou hast appointed it. But in the parts thereof some things, because unharmonizing with other some, are accounted evil, whereas those very things harmonize with others, and are good, and in themselves are good. And all these things which harmonize not together do yet with the inferior part, which we call earth, having its own cloudy and windy sky harmonizing with it. Far be it then that I should say, these things should not be. For should I see naught but these, I should indeed long for the better. But still must even for these alone praise thee, for that thou art to be praised, do show from the earth, dragons and all deeps, fire, hail, snow, ice, and stormy wind, which fulfill thy word, mountains and all hills, fruitful trees and all cedars, beasts and all cattle, creeping things and flying fowls, kings of the earth, and all people, princes, and all judges of the earth, young men and maidens, old men and young, praise thy name. But when, from heaven, these praise thee, our God, in the heights, all thy angels, all thy hosts, sun and moon, all the stars and light, the heaven of heavens, and the waters that be above the heavens, praise thy name. I did not now long for things better, because I conceived of all, and with a sounder judgment I apprehended that the things above were better than these below, but altogether better than those above by themselves. There is no soundness in them, whom aught of thy creation displeaseth, as neither in me, when much which thou hast made displeased me. And because my soul durst not be displeased at my God, it would fain not account that thine, which displeased it. Hence it had gone into the opinion of two substances, and had no rest, but talked idly. And returning thence, it had made to itself a God through infinite measures of all space, and thought it to be thee, and placed it in its heart, and had again become the temple of its own idol, to thee abominable. But after thou hadst soothed my head, unknown to me, and closed mine eyes that they should not behold vanity, I ceased somewhat of my former self, and my frenzy was lulled to sleep. And I awoke in thee, and saw thee infinite, but in another way, and this sight was not derived from the flesh. And I looked back on other things, and I saw that they owed their being to thee, and were all bounded in thee, but in a different way, not as being in space, but because thou containest all things in thine hand in thy truth, and all things are true so far as they, nor is there any falsehood, unless when that is thought to be which is not. And I saw that all things did harmonize, not with their places only, but with their seasons, and that thou, who only art eternal, didst not begin to work after innumerable spaces of time spent, for that all spaces of times, both which have passed and which shall pass, neither go nor come, but through thee, working and abiding. And I perceived and found it nothing strange, that bread which is pleasant to a healthy palate is loathsome to one distempered, and to sore eyes light is offensive, which to the sound is delightful. And thy righteousness displeaseth the wicked, much more the viper and reptiles, which thou hast created good, fitting in with the inferior portions of thy creation, with which the very wicked also fit in, and that the more, by how much they be unlike thee, but with the superior creatures, by how much they become more like to thee. And I inquired what iniquity was, and found it to be no substance, but the perversion of the will turned aside from thee, O God, the Supreme, towards these lower things, and casting out its bowels, and puffed up outwardly. And I wondered that I now loved thee, and no phantasm for thee, and yet did I not press on to enjoy my God, but was borne up to thee by thy beauty, and soon borne down from thee by mine own weight, sinking with sorrow into these inferior things. This weight was carnal custom, yet dwelt there with me a remembrance of thee, nor did I any way doubt that there was one to whom I might cleave, but that I was not yet such as to cleave to thee, for that the body which is corrupted presseth down the soul, and the earthly tabernacle weigheth down the mind that museth upon many things. And most certain I was that thy invisible works from the creation of the world are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, even thy eternal power and Godhead. For examining whence it was that I admired the beauty of bodies celestial or terrestrial, And what aided me in judging soundly on things mutable, and pronouncing, this ought to be thus, this not? Examining, I say, whence it was that I so judged, seeing I did so judge, I had found the unchangeable and true eternity of truth above my changeable mind. And thus by degrees I passed from bodies to the soul, which through the bodily senses perceives, and thence to its inward faculty, to which the bodily senses represent things external, whither to reach the faculties of beasts. And thence again to the reasoning faculty, to which what is received from the senses of the body is referred to be judged, which finding itself also to be in me a thing variable, raised itself up to its own understanding, and drew away my thoughts from the power of habit, withdrawing itself from those troops of contradictory phantasms, that so it might find what that light was, whereby it was bedewed, when, without all doubting, it cried out that the unchangeable was to be preferred to the changeable, whence also it knew that unchangeable, which, unless it had in some way known, it had had no sure ground to prefer it to the changeable. And thus, with the flash of one trembling glance, it arrived at that which is. And then I saw thy invisible things understood by the things which are made. But I could not fix my gaze thereon, and my infirmity being struck back, I was thrown again on my wonted habits, carrying along with me only a loving memory thereof, and a longing for what I had, as it were, perceived the odour of, but was not yet able to feed on. Then I sought a way of obtaining strength sufficient to enjoy thee, and found it not until I embraced that mediator betwixt God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who is over all, God blessed for evermore, calling unto me, and saying, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and mingling that food which I was unable to receive with our flesh. For the Word was made flesh, that thy wisdom, whereby thou createdst all things, might provide milk for our infant state. For I did not hold to my Lord Jesus Christ, I humbled to the humble, nor knew I yet whereto his infirmity would guide us. For thy word, the eternal truth, far above the higher parts of thy creation, raises up the subdued unto itself. But in this lower world built for itself a lowly habitation of our clay, whereby to abase from themselves such as would be subdued, and bring them over to himself, allaying their swelling, and fomenting their love, to the end they might go on no further in self-confidence, but rather consent to become weak, seeing before their feet the divinity weak by taking our coats of skin, and wearied might cast themselves down upon it, and it rising might lift them up. But I thought otherwise, conceiving only of my Lord Christ as of a man of excellent wisdom, whom no one could be equalled unto, especially for that being wonderfully born of a virgin, he seemed in conformity therewith, through the divine care for us, to have attained that great eminence of authority, for an ensample of despising things temporal for the obtaining of immortality. But what mystery there lay in the Word was made flesh, I could not even imagine. Only I had learnt out of what is delivered to us in writing of him that he did eat and drink, sleep, walk, rejoiced in spirit, was sorrowful, discoursed, that flesh did not cleave by itself unto thy word, but with the human soul and mind. All know this who know the unchangeableness of thy word, which I now knew, as far as I could, nor did I at all doubt thereof. For now to move the limbs of the body by will, now not, now to be moved by some affection, now not, now to deliver wise sayings through human signs, now to keep silence, belong to soul and mind subject to variation. And should these things be falsely written of him, all the rest also would risk the charge, nor would there remain in those books any saving faith for mankind. Since then they were written truly, I acknowledged a perfect man to be in Christ, not the body of a man only, nor, with the body, a sensitive soul without a rational, but very man, whom, not only as being a form of truth, but for a certain great excellence of human nature and a more perfect participation of wisdom, I judged to be preferred before others. But Alypius imagined the Catholics to believe God to be so clothed with flesh, that besides God and flesh there was no soul at all in Christ, and did not think that a human mind was ascribed to him. And because he was well persuaded that the actions recorded of him could only be performed by a vital and a rational creature, he moved the more slowly towards the Christian faith. But understanding afterwards that this was the error of the Apollinarian heretics, he joined in and was conformed to the Catholic faith. But somewhat later, I confess, did I learn how in that saying, "the Word was made flesh," the Catholic truth is distinguished from the falsehood of Photinus. For the rejection of heretics makes the tenets of thy church and sound doctrine to stand out more clearly. For there must also be heresies, that the approved may be made manifest among the weak. But having then read those books of the Platonists, and thence been taught to search for incorporeal truth, I saw thy invisible things, understood by those things which are made. And though cast back, I perceived what that was, which through the darkness of my mind I was hindered from contemplating, being assured that thou wert and wert infinite, and yet not diffused in space, finite or infinite, and that thou truly art, who art the same ever, in no part nor motion varying, and that all other things are from thee, on this most sure ground alone that they are. Of these things I was assured, yet too unsure to enjoy thee. I prated as one well skilled, but had I not sought thy way in Christ our Saviour, I had proved to be not skilled, but killed. For now I had begun to wish to seem wise, being filled with mine own punishment, yet I did not mourn, but rather scorn, puffed up with knowledge. For where was that charity building upon the foundation of humility, which is Christ Jesus? Or when should these books teach me it? Upon these, I believe, thou therefore willedst that I should fall, before I studied thy scriptures, that it might be imprinted on my memory how I was affected by them, and that afterwards, when my spirits were tamed through thy books, and my wounds touched by thy healing fingers, I might discern and distinguish between presumption and confession, between those who saw whither they were to go, yet saw not the way, and the way that leadeth not to behold only, but to dwell in the beatific country. For had I first been formed in thy holy scriptures, and hadst thou in the familiar use of them grown sweet unto me, and had I then fallen upon those other volumes, they might perhaps have withdrawn me from the solid ground of piety, or, had I continued in that healthful frame which I had thence imbibed, I might have thought that it might have been obtained by the study of those books alone. Most eagerly then did I seize that venerable writing of thy Spirit, and chiefly the Apostle Paul, whereupon those difficulties vanished away, wherein he once seemed to me to contradict himself, and the text of his discourse not to agree with the testimonies of the law and the prophets. And the face of that pure word appeared to me one and the same, and I learned to rejoice with trembling. So I began, and whatsoever truth I had read in those other books, I found here amid the praise of thy grace, that whoso sees may not so glory as if he had not received not only what he sees, but also that he sees. For what hath he which he hath not received? And that he may be not only admonished to behold thee, who art ever the same, but also healed to hold thee, and that he who cannot see afar off may yet walk on the way, whereby he may arrive, and behold, and hold thee. For though a man be delighted with the law of God after the inner man, what shall he do with that other law in his members which warreth against the law of his mind, and bringeth him into captivity to the law of sin which is in his members? For thou art righteous, O Lord, but we have sinned and committed iniquity, and have done wickedly, and thy hand is grown heavy upon us, and we are justly delivered over unto that ancient sinner, the King of death, because he persuaded our will to be like his will, whereby he abode not in thy truth. What shall wretched man do? Who shall deliver him from the body of his death, but only thy grace, through Jesus Christ our Lord, whom thou hast begotten co-eternal, and formedst in the beginning of thy ways, in whom the prince of this world found nothing worthy of death, yet killed he him, and the handwriting, which was contrary to us, was blotted out. This those writings contain not. Those pages present not the image of this piety, the tears of confession, thy sacrifice, a troubled spirit, a broken and a contrite heart, the salvation of the people, the bridal city, the earnest of the Holy Ghost, the cup of our redemption. No man sings there, shall not my soul be submitted unto God? For of him cometh my salvation. For he is my God, and my salvation, my guardian. I shall no more be moved. No one there hears him call, "Come unto me, all ye that labour." They scorn to learn of him, because he is meek and lowly in heart. For these things hast thou hid from the wise and prudent, and hast revealed them unto babes. For it is one thing, from the mountain's shaggy top to see the land of peace, and to find no way thither, and in vain to essay through ways unpassable, opposed and beset by fugitives and deserters, under their captain the lion and the dragon, and another to keep on the way that leads thither, guarded by the host of the heavenly general, where they spoil not who have deserted the heavenly army, for they avoid it as very torment. These things did wonderfully sink into my bowels, when I read that least of thy apostles, and had meditated upon thy works, and trembled exceedingly. Book 8. O my God, let me with thanksgiving remember, and confess unto thee thy mercies on me. Let my bones be bedewed with thy love, and let them say unto thee, Who is like unto thee, O Lord? Thou hast broken my bonds in sunder. I will offer unto thee the sacrifice of thanksgiving. And how thou hast broken them, I will declare. And all who worship thee, when they hear this, shall say, Blessed be the Lord, in heaven and in earth. Great and wonderful is his name. Thy words had stuck fast in my heart, and I was hedged round about on all sides by thee. Of thy eternal life I was now certain, though I saw it in a figure, and as through a glass. Yet I had ceased to doubt that there was an incorruptible substance, whence was all other substance. Nor did I now desire to be more certain of thee, but more steadfast in thee. But for my temporal life all was wavering, and my heart had to be purged from the old leaven. The way, the Saviour himself, well pleased me, but as yet I shrunk from going through its straightness. And thou didst put into my mind, and it seemed good in my eyes, to go to Simplicianus, who seemed to me a good servant of thine, and thy grace shone in him. I had heard also that from his very youth he had lived most devoted unto thee. Now he was grown into years, and by reason of so great age spent in such zealous following of thy ways, he seemed to me likely to have learned much experience, and so he had, out of which store I wished that he would tell me, setting before him my anxieties, which were the fittest way for one in my case to walk in thy paths. For I saw the church full, and one went this way, and another that way. But I was displeased that I led a secular life. Yea, now that my desires no longer inflamed me, as of old, with hopes of honour and profit, a very grievous burden it was to undergo so heavy a bondage. For in comparison of thy sweetness and the beauty of thy house which I loved, those things delighted me no longer. But still I was enthralled with the love of woman. Nor did the apostle forbid me to marry, although he advised me to something better, chiefly wishing that all men were as himself was. But I, being weak, chose the more indulgent place, and because of this alone was tossed up and down in all beside, faint and wasted with withering cares, because in other matters I was constrained against my will to conform myself to a married life, to which I was given up and enthralled. I had heard from the mouth of the truth that there were some eunuchs which had made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. But saith he, Let him who can receive it, receive it. Surely vain are all men who are ignorant of God, and could not out of the good things which are seen find out him who is good. But I was no longer in that vanity. I had surmounted it, and by the common witness of all thy creatures had found thee our Creator, and thy Word, God with thee, and together with thee one God, by whom thou createdst all things. There is yet another kind of ungodly, who knowing God, glorified him not as God, neither were thankful. Into this also had I fallen, but thy right hand upheld me, and took me thence, and thou placed me where I might recover. For thou hast said unto man, Behold, the fear of the Lord is wisdom, and desire not to seem wise, because they who affirmed themselves to be wise became fools. But I had now found the goodly pearl, which, selling all that I had, I ought to have bought, and I hesitated. To Simplicianus then I went, the father of Ambrose, a bishop now, in receiving thy grace, and whom Ambrose truly loved as a father. To him I related the mazes of my wanderings. But when I mentioned that I had read certain books of the Platonists, which Victorinus, sometime rhetoric professor of Rome, who had died a Christian, as I had heard, had translated into Latin, he testified his joy that I had not fallen upon the writings of other philosophers, full of fallacies and deceits after the rudiments of this world, whereas the Platonists many ways led to the belief in God and his word. Then, to exhort me to the humility of Christ, hidden from the wise and revealed to little ones, he spoke of Victorinus himself, whom while at Rome he had most intimately known, and of him he related what I will not conceal. For it contains great praise of thy grace to be confessed unto thee, how that aged man, most learned and skilled in the liberal sciences, and who had read and weighed so many works of the philosophers, the instructor of so many noble senators, who also, as a monument of his excellent discharge of his office, had, which men of this world esteem a high honour, both deserved and obtained a statue in the Roman Forum. He, to that age, a worshipper of idols, and a partaker of the sacrilegious rites to which almost all the nobility of Rome were given up, and had inspired the people with the love of Anubis, barking deity, and all, the monster gods of every kind, who fought gainst Neptune, Venus, and Minerva, whom Rome once conquered, now adored, all which the aged Victorinus had with thundering eloquence so many years defended. He now blushed not to be the child of thy Christ, and the newborn babe of thy fountain, submitting his neck to the yoke of humility, and subduing his forehead to the reproach of the cross. O Lord, Lord, which hast bowed the heavens and come down, touched the mountains, and they did smoke, by what means didst thou convey thyself into that breast? He used to read, as Simplicianus said, the Holy Scripture, most studiously sought and searched into all the Christian writings, and said to Simplicianus, not openly, but privately and as a friend, understand that I am already a Christian. Whereto he answered, I will not believe it, nor will I rank you among Christians, unless I see you in the church of Christ. The other, in banter, replied, do walls then make Christians? And this he often said, that he was already a Christian, and Simplicianus as often made the same answer, and the conceit of the walls was by the other as often renewed. For he feared to offend his friends, proud demon-worshippers, from the height of whose Babylonian dignity, as from cedars of Libanus, which the Lord had not yet broken down, he supposed the weight of enmity would fall upon him. But after that, by reading and earnest thought, he had gathered firmness, and feared to be denied by Christ before the holy angels, should he now be afraid to confess him before men, and appeared to himself guilty of a heavy offence, in being ashamed of the sacraments of the humility of thy word, and not being ashamed of the sacrilegious rites of those proud demons, whose pride he had imitated and their rites adopted. He became bold-faced against vanity, and shame-faced towards the truth, and suddenly and unexpectedly said to Simplicianus, as himself told me, go we to the church. I wish to be made a Christian. But he, not containing himself for joy, went with him. And having been admitted to the first sacrament and become a catechumen, not long after he further gave in his name, that he might be regenerated by baptism, Rome wondering, the church rejoicing. The proud saw and were wroth, they gnashed with their teeth and melted away. But the Lord God was the hope of thy servant, and he regarded not vanities and lying madness. To conclude, when the hour was come for making profession of his faith, which at Rome they, who are about to approach to thy grace, deliver, from an elevated place, in the sight of all the faithful, in a set form of words committed to memory, the presbyters, he said, offered Victorinus, as was done to such as seemed likely through bashfulness to be alarmed, to make his profession more privately, but he chose rather to profess his salvation in the presence of the holy multitude. For it was not salvation that he taught in rhetoric, and yet that he had publicly professed. How much less then ought he, when pronouncing thy word, to dread thy meek flock, who, when delivering his own words, had not feared a mad multitude? When, then, he went up to make his profession, all, as they knew him, whispered his name one to another with the voice of congratulation. And who there knew him not? And there ran a low murmur through all the mouths of the rejoicing multitude, Victorinus! Victorinus! Sudden was the burst of rapture that they saw him. Suddenly were they hushed that they might hear him. He pronounced the true faith with an excellent boldness, and all wished to draw him into their very heart. Yea, by their love and joy they drew him thither, such were the hands wherewith they drew him. Good God, what takes place in man, that he should more rejoice at the salvation of a soul despaired of, and freed from greater peril, than if there had always been hope of him, or the danger had been less. For so thou also, merciful Father, dost more rejoice over one penitent than over 99 just persons that need no repentance. And with much joyfulness do we hear, so often as we hear with what joy the sheep which had strayed is brought back upon the shepherd's shoulder, and the groat is restored to thy treasury, the neighbours rejoicing with the woman who found it, and the joy of the solemn service of thy house forceth to tears, when in thy house it is read of thy younger son, that he was dead, and liveth again, had been lost, and is found. For thou rejoicest in us, and in thy holy angels, holy through holy charity. For thou art ever the same, for all things which abide not the same, nor forever, thou forever knowest in the same way. What then takes place in the soul, when it is more delighted at finding or recovering the things it loves, than if it had ever had them? Yea, and other things witness hereunto, and all things are full of witnesses, crying out, So is it. The conquering commander triumpheth, yet had he not conquered unless he had fought, and the more peril there was in the battle, so much the more joy is there in the triumph. The storm tosses the sailors, threatens shipwreck. All wax pale at approaching death. Sky and sea are calmed, and they are exceeding joyed, as having been exceeding afraid. A friend is sick, and his pulse threatens danger. All who long for his recovery are sick in mind with him. He is restored, though as yet he walks not with his former strength. Yet there is such joy as was not when before he walked sound and strong. Yea, the very pleasures of human life men acquire by difficulties, not those only which fall upon us unlooked for and against our wills, but even by self-chosen and pleasure-seeking trouble. Eating and drinking have no pleasure, unless there precede the pinching of hunger and thirst. Men, given to drink, eat certain salt meats, to procure a troublesome heat, which the drink allaying causes pleasure. It is also ordered that the affianced bride should not at once be given, lest as a husband he should hold cheap, whom as betrothed he sighed not after. This law holds in foul and accursed joy, this in permitted and lawful joy, this in the very purest perfection of friendship, this in him who was dead and lived again, had been lost and was found. Everywhere the greater joy is ushered in by the greater pain. What means this, O Lord my God, whereas thou art everlastingly joy to thyself, and some things around thee evermore rejoice in thee? What means this, that this portion of things thus ebbs and flows alternately displeased and reconciled? Is this their allotted measure? Is this all thou hast assigned to them, whereas from the highest heavens to the lowest earth, from the beginning of the world to the end of ages, from the angel to the worm, from the first motion to the last, thou settest each in its place, and realizest each in their season, every thing good after its kind? Woe is me! How high art thou in the highest, and how deep in the deepest, and thou never departest, and we scarcely return to thee. Up, Lord, and do. Stir us up, and recall us. Kindle and draw us. Inflame, grow sweet unto us. Let us now love. Let us run. Do not many, out of a deeper hell of blindness than Victorinus, return to thee, approach, and are enlightened, receiving that light, which they who receive power from thee to become thy sons. But if they be less known to the nations, even they that know them joy less for them. For when many joy together, each also has more exuberant joy, for that they are kindled and inflamed one by the other. Again, because those known to many influence the more towards salvation, and lead the way with many to follow. And therefore do they also who preceded them much rejoice in them, because they rejoice not in them alone. For far be it, that in thy tabernacle the persons of the rich should be accepted before the poor, or the noble before the ignoble. Seeing rather thou hast chosen the weak things of the world to confound the strong, and the base things of this world, and the things despised hast thou chosen, and those things which are not, that thou mightest bring to naught things that are. And yet even that least of thy apostles, by whose tongue thou soundedst forth these words, when through his warfare Paulus the proconsul, his pride conquered, was made to pass under the easy yoke of thy Christ, and became a provincial of the great king. He also, for his former name Saul, was pleased to be called Paul, in testimony of so great a victory. For the enemy is more overcome in one, of whom he hath more hold, by whom he hath hold of more. But the proud he hath more hold of, through their nobility, and by them of more through their authority. By how much the more welcome then the heart of Victorinus was esteemed, which the devil had held as an impregnable possession, the tongue of Victorinus, with which mighty and keen weapon he had slain many. So much the more abundantly ought thy sons to rejoice, for that our king hath bound the strong man, and they saw his vessels taken from him and cleansed, and made meet for thy honour, and become serviceable for the Lord unto every good work. But when that man of thine, Simplicianus, related to me this of Victorinus, I was on fire to imitate him, for this very end had he related it. But when he had subjoined also how in the days of the emperor Julian a law was made, whereby Christians were forbidden to teach the liberal sciences or oratory, and how he, obeying this law, chose rather to give over the wordy school than thy word, by which thou makest eloquent the tongues of the dumb, he seemed to me not more resolute than blessed in having thus found opportunity to wait on thee only. Which thing I was sighing for, bound as I was, not with another's irons, but by my own iron will. My will the enemy held, and thence had made a chain for me, and bound me. For of a forward will was a lust made, and a lust served became custom, and custom not resisted became necessity, by which links, as it were, joined together, whence I called it a chain, a hard bondage held me enthralled. But that new will which had begun to be in me, freely to serve thee, and to wish to enjoy thee, O God, the only assured pleasantness, was not yet able to overcome my former wilfulness, strengthened by age. Thus did my two wills, one new and the other old, one carnal, the other spiritual, struggle within me, and by their discord undid my soul. Thus I understood, by my own experience, what I had read, how the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh. Myself, verily, either way, yet more myself, in that which I approved in myself, than in that which in myself I disapproved. For in this last, it was now for the more part not myself, because in much I rather endured against my will than acted willingly. And yet it was through me that custom had obtained this power of warring against me, because I had come willingly whither I willed not. And who has any right to speak against it if just punishment follow the sinner? Nor had I now any longer my former plea, that I therefore as yet hesitated to be above the world and serve thee, for that the truth was not altogether ascertained to me. For now it too was. But I still under service to the earth refused to fight under thy banner, and feared as much to be freed of all encumbrances as we should fear to be encumbered with it. Thus with the baggage of this present world was I held down pleasantly, as in sleep, and the thoughts wherein I meditated on thee were like the efforts of such as would awake, who yet overcome with a heavy drowsiness are again drenched therein. And as no one would sleep forever, and in all men's sober judgment waking is better, yet a man, for the most part, feeling a heavy lethargy in all his limbs, defers to shake off sleep, and though half displeased, yet, even after it is time to rise, with pleasure yields to it. So was I assured that much better were it for me to give myself up to thy charity than to give myself over to mine own cupidity. But though the former course satisfied me and gained the mastery, the latter pleased me and held me mastered. Nor had I anything to answer thee, calling to me, Awake, thou that sleepest, and arise from the dead, and Christ shall give thee light. And when thou didst on all sides show me that what thou saidst was true, I, convicted by the truth, had nothing at all to answer, but only those dull and drowsy words, Anon, anon. Presently, leave me but a little. But presently, had no present, and my little while went on for a long while. In vain I delighted in thy law according to the inner man, when another law in my members rebelled against the law of my mind, and led me captive under the law of sin which was in my members. For the law of sin is the violence of custom, whereby the mind is drawn and holden, even against its will, but deservedly, for that it willingly fell into it. Who then should deliver me thus wretched from the body of this death, but thy grace only, through Jesus Christ our Lord? And how thou didst deliver me out of the bonds of desire, wherewith I was bound most straitly to carnal concupiscence, and out of the drudgery of worldly things, I will now declare and confess unto thy name, O Lord, my helper and my redeemer. Amid increasing anxiety, I was doing my wonted business, and daily sighing unto thee. I attended thy church, whenever free from the business under the burden of which I groaned. Alypius was with me, now after the third sitting released from his law business, and awaiting to whom to sell his counsel, as I sold the skill of speaking, if indeed teaching can impart it. Nebridius had now, in consideration of our friendship, consented to teach under Verecundus, a citizen and a grammarian of Milan, and a very intimate friend of us all, who urgently desired, and by the right of friendship challenged from our company, such faithful aid as he greatly needed. Nebridius then was not drawn to this by any desire of advantage, for he might have made much more of his learning had he so willed. But as a most kind and gentle friend, he would not be wanting to a good office, and slight our request. But he acted herein very discreetly, shunning to become known to personages great according to this world, avoiding the distraction of mind thence ensuing, and desiring to have it free, and at leisure, as many hours as might be, to seek or read, or hear something concerning wisdom. Upon a day then, Nebridius being absent, I recollect not why, lo, there came to see me and Alypius one Pontitianus, our countryman so far as being an African, in high office in the emperor's court. What he would with us, I know not, but we sat down to converse, and it happened that upon a table for some game, before us, he observed a book, took, opened it, and contrary to his expectation, found it the Apostle Paul, for he thought it some of those books which I was wearing myself in teaching. Whereat, smiling and looking at me, he expressed his joy and wonder that he had on a sudden found this book, and this only before my eyes. For he was a Christian and baptized, and often bowed himself before thee, our God, in the church, in frequent and continued prayers. When then I had told him that I bestowed very great pains upon those scriptures, a conversation arose, suggested by his account, on Antony the Egyptian monk, whose name was in high reputation among thy servants, though to that hour unknown to us. Which, when he discovered, he dwelt the more upon that subject, informing and wondering at our ignorance of one so eminent. But we stood amazed, hearing thy wonderful works most fully attested, in times so recent, and almost in our own, wrought in the true faith and church Catholic. We all wondered, we that they were so great, and he that they had not reached us. Thence his discourse turned to the flocks in the monasteries, and their holy ways, a sweet-smelling savour unto thee, and the fruitful deserts of the wilderness, whereof we knew nothing. And there was a monastery at Milan, full of good brethren, without the city walls, under the fostering care of Ambrose, and we knew it not. He went on with his discourse, and we listened in intense silence. He told us then how one afternoon at Triers, when the emperor was taken up with the Circensian games, he and 3 others, his companions, went out to walk in gardens near the city walls, and there, as they happened to walk in pairs, one went apart with him, and the other 2 wandered by themselves, and these, in their wanderings, lighted upon a certain cottage, inhabited by certain of thy servants, poor in spirit, of whom is the kingdom of heaven, and there they found a little book containing the life of Antony. This one of them began to read, admire, and kindle at it, and as he read, to meditate on taking up such a life, and giving over his secular service to serve thee. And these 2 were of those whom they style agents for the public affairs. Then suddenly, filled with a holy love and a sober shame, in anger with himself cast his eyes upon his friend, saying, Tell me, I pray thee, what would we attain by all these labours of ours? What aim we at? What serve we for? Can our hopes in court rise higher than to be the emperor's favourites? And in this, what is there not brittle and full of perils? And by how many perils arrive we at a greater peril? And when arrive we thither? But a friend of God, if I wish it, I become now at once. So spake he. And in pain with the travail of a new life, he turned his eyes again upon the book, and read on, and was changed inwardly, where thou sawest, and his mind was stripped of the world as soon appeared. For as he read and rolled up and down the waves of his heart, he stormed at himself a while, then discerned and determined on a better course, and now, being thine, said to his friend, Now have I broken loose from those our hopes, and am resolved to serve God, and this, from this hour, in this place, I begin upon. If thou likest not to imitate me, oppose not. The other answered, he would cleave to him, to partake so glorious a reward, so glorious a service. Thus both being now thine, were building the tower at the necessary cost, the forsaking all that they had, and following thee. Then Pontitianus, and the other with him, that had walked in other parts of the garden, came in search of them to the same place, and finding them, reminded them to return, for the day was now far spent. But they, relating their resolution and purpose, and how that will was begun and settled in them, begged them, if they would not join, not to molest them. But the others, though nothing altered from their former selves, did yet bewail themselves, as he affirmed, and piously congratulated them, recommending themselves to their prayers, and so, with hearts lingering on the earth, went away to the palace. But the other two, fixing their heart on heaven, remained in the cottage, and both had affianced brides, who when they heard hereof also dedicated their virginity unto God. Such was the story of Pontitianus. But thou, O Lord, while he was speaking, didst turn me round towards myself, taking me from behind my back where I had placed me, unwilling to observe myself, and setting me before my face, that I might see how foul I was, how crooked and defiled, bespotted and ulcerous. And I beheld and stood aghast, and whither to flee from myself I found not. And if I sought to turn mine eye from off myself, he went on with his relation, and thou again didst set me over against myself, and thrustedst me before my eyes, that I might find out mine iniquity, and hate it. I had known it, but made as though I saw it not, winked at it, and forgot it. But now the more ardently I loved those whose healthful affections I heard of, that they had resigned themselves wholly to thee to be cured, the more did I abhor myself when compared with them. For many of my years, some 12, had now run out with me since my 19th, when, upon the reading of Cicero's Hortensius, I was stirred to an earnest love of wisdom, and still I was deferring to reject mere earthly felicity, and give myself to search out that, whereof not the finding only, but the very search, was to be preferred to the treasures and kingdoms of the world, though already found, and to the pleasures of the body, though spread around me at my will. But I wretched, most wretched, in the very commencement of my early youth, had begged chastity of thee, and said, Give me chastity and continency, only not yet. For I feared lest thou shouldest hear me soon, and soon cure me of the disease of concupiscence, which I wished to have satisfied, rather than extinguished. And I had wandered through crooked ways in a sacrilegious superstition, not indeed assured thereof, but as preferring it to the others, which I did not seek religiously, but opposed maliciously. And I had thought that I therefore deferred from day to day to reject the hopes of this world, and follow thee only, because there did not appear aught certain whither to direct my course. And now was the day come wherein I was to be laid bare to myself, and my conscience was to upbraid me. Where art thou now, my tongue? Thou saidst that for an uncertain truth thou likest not to cast off the baggage of vanity. Now it is certain, and yet that burden still oppresseth thee, while they who neither have so worn themselves out with seeking it, nor for often years and more have been thinking thereon, have had their shoulders lightened, and received wings to fly away. Thus was I gnawed within, and exceedingly confounded with a horrible shame, while Pontitianus was so speaking. And he, having brought to a close his tale and the business he came for, went his way, and I into myself. What said I not against myself? With what scourges of condemnation lashed I not my soul, that it might follow me, striving to go after thee? Yet it drew back, refused, but excused not itself. All arguments were spent and confuted. There remained a mute shrinking, and she feared, as she would death, to be restrained from the flux of that custom, whereby she was wasting to death. Then, in this great contention of my inward dwelling, which I had strongly raised against my soul, in the chamber of my heart, troubled in mind and countenance, I turned upon Alypius. What ails us? I exclaim. What is it? What hardest thou? The unlearned start up and take heaven by force, and we with our learning, and without heart, lo, where we wallow in flesh and blood. Are we ashamed to follow, because others are gone before, and not ashamed not even to follow? Some such words I uttered, and my fever of mind tore me away from him, while he, gazing on me in astonishment, kept silence. For it was not my wonted tone, and my forehead, cheeks, eyes, colour, tone of voice, spake my mind more than the words I uttered. A little garden there was to our lodging, which we had the use of, as of the whole house, for the master of the house, our host, was not living there. Thither had the tumult of my breast hurried me, where no man might hinder the hot contention wherein I had engaged with myself, until it should end as thou knewest, I knew not. Only I was healthfully distracted and dying to live, knowing what evil thing I was, and not knowing what good thing I was shortly to become. I retired then into the garden, and Alypius on my steps, for his presence did not lessen my privacy, or how could he forsake me so disturbed? We sat down as far removed as might be from the house. I was troubled in spirit, most vehemently indignant that I entered not into thy will and covenant, O my God, which all my bones cried out unto me to enter, and praised it to the skies. And therein we enter not by ships, or chariots, or feet. No, moved not so far as I had come from the house to that place where we were sitting. For not to go only, but to go in thither, was nothing else but to will to go, but to will resolutely and thoroughly, not to turn and toss, this way and that, a maimed and half-divided will, struggling, with one part sinking as another rose. Lastly, in the very fever of my irresoluteness, I made with my body many such motions as men sometimes would, but cannot, if either they have not the limbs, or these be bound with bands, weakened with infirmity, or any other way hindered. Thus, if I tore my hair, beat my forehead, if locking my fingers I clasped my knee, I willed, I did it. But I might have willed, and not done it, if the power of motion in my limbs had not obeyed. So many things then I did, when to will was not in itself to be able, and I did not what both I longed incomparably more to do, and which soon after, when I should will, I should be able to do. Because soon after, when I should will thoroughly. For in these things the ability was one with the will, and to will was to do. And yet was it not done? And more easily did my body obey the weakest willing of my soul in moving its limbs at its nod, than the soul obeyed itself to accomplish in the will alone this its momentous will. Whence is this monstrousness, and to what end? Let thy mercy gleam that I may ask, if so be the secret penalties of men, and those darkest pangs of the sons of Adam may perhaps answer me. Whence is this monstrousness, and to what end? The mind commands the body, and it obeys instantly. The mind commands itself, and is resisted. The mind commands the hand to be moved, and such readiness is there that command is scarce distinct from obedience. Yet the mind is mind, the hand is body. The mind commands the mind, its own self, to will, and yet it doth not. Whence this monstrousness, and to what end? It commands itself, I say, to will, and would not command, unless it willed. And what it commands is not done. But it willeth not entirely, therefore doth it not command entirely. For so far forth it commandeth, as it willeth, and so far forth is the thing commanded, not done, as it willeth not. For the will commandeth that there be a will, not another, but itself. But it doth not command entirely, therefore what it commandeth is not. For were the will entire, it would not even command it to be, because it would already be. It is therefore no monstrousness partly to will, partly to nill, but a disease of the mind, that it doth not wholly rise by truth upborne, borne down by custom. And therefore are there two wills, for that one of them is not entire, and what the one lacketh, the other hath. Let them perish from thy presence, O God, as perish vain talkers and seducers of the soul, who, observing that in deliberating there were two wills, affirm that there are two minds in us of two kinds, one good, the other evil. Themselves are truly evil when they hold these evil things, and themselves shall become good when they hold the truth and assent unto the truth, that thy apostle may say to them, Ye were sometimes darkness, but now light in the Lord. But they, wishing to be light, not in the Lord, but in themselves, imagining the nature of the soul to be that which God is, are made more gross darkness through a dreadful arrogancy. For that they went back farther from thee, the true light that enlightened every man that cometh into the world. Take heed what you say, and blush for shame. Draw near unto him, and be enlightened, and your faces shall not be ashamed. Myself, when I was deliberating upon serving the Lord my God now, as I had long purposed, it was I who willed, I who nilled, I myself. I neither willed entirely, nor nilled entirely. Therefore was I at strife with myself, and rent asunder by myself. And this rent befell me against my will, and yet indicated not the presence of another mind, but the punishment of my own. Therefore it was no more I that wrought it, but sin that dwelt in me, the punishment of a sin more freely committed, in that I was a son of Adam. For if there be so many contrary natures as there be conflicting wills, there shall now be not two only, but many. If a man deliberate whether he should go to their conventicle or to the theatre, these Manichees cry out, Behold, here are two natures. One good draws this way, another bad draws back that way. For whence else is this hesitation between conflicting wills? But I say that both be bad, that which draws to them, as that which draws back to the theatre. But they believe not that will to be other than good, which draws to them. What then if one of us should deliberate, and amid the strife of his two wills be in a strait, whether he should go to the theatre or to our church? Would not these Manichees also be in a strait what to answer? For either they must confess, which they fain would not, that the will which leads to our church is good, as well as theirs, who have received and are held by the mysteries of theirs, or they must suppose two evil natures and two evil souls conflicting in one man, and it will not be true, which they say, that there is one good and another bad. Or they must be converted to the truth, and no more deny that where one deliberates, one soul fluctuates between contrary wills. Let them no more say then, when they perceive two conflicting wills in one man, that the conflict is between two contrary souls, of two contrary substances, from two contrary principles, one good and the other bad. For thou, O true God, dost disprove, check, and convict them, as when, both wills being bad, one deliberates whether he should kill a man by poison or by the sword, whether he should seize this or that estate of another's, when he cannot both, whether he should purchase pleasure by luxury or keep his money by covetousness, whether he go to the circus or the theatre, if both be open on one day, or thirdly, to rob another's house, if he have the opportunity, or, fourthly, to commit adultery, if at the same time he have the means thereof also. All these meeting together in the same juncture of time, and all being equally desired, which cannot at one time be acted. For they rend the mind amid four, or even, amid the vast variety of things desired, more conflicting wills, nor do they yet allege that there are so many divers substances. So also in wills which are good. For I ask them, is it good to take pleasure in reading the apostle, or good to take pleasure in a sober psalm, or good to discourse on the gospel? They will answer to each, it is good. What then, if all give equal pleasure, and all at once? Do not divers wills distract the mind, while he deliberates which he should rather choose? Yet are they all good, and are at variance till one be chosen, whither the one entire will may be born, which before was divided into many. Thus also, when, above, eternity delights us, and the pleasure of temporal good holds us down below, It is the same soul which willeth not this or that with an entire will, and therefore is rent asunder with grievous perplexities, while out of truth it sets this first, but out of habit sets not that aside. Thus soul sick was I, and tormented, accusing myself much more severely than my wont, rolling and turning me in my chain, till that were wholly broken, whereby I now was but just, but still was, held. And thou, O Lord, prestest upon me in my inward parts by a severe mercy, redoubling the lashes of fear and shame, lest I should again give way, and not bursting that same slight remaining tie, it should recover strength, and bind me the faster. For I said with myself, Be it done now, be it done now. And as I spake, I all but enacted it. I all but did it, and did it not, yet sunk not back to my former state, but kept my stand hard by, and took breath. And I essayed again, and wanted somewhat less of it, and somewhat less, and all but touched, and laid hold of it, and yet came not at it, nor touched, nor laid hold of it, hesitating to die to death and to live to life. And the worse whereto I was inured prevailed more with me than the better whereto I was unused. And the very moment wherein I was to become other than I was, the nearer it approached me, the greater horror did it strike into me. Yet did it not strike me back, nor turn me away, but held me in suspense. The very toys of toys, and vanities of vanities, my ancient mistresses, still held me. They plucked my fleshy garment, and whispered softly, Dost thou cast us off? And from that moment shall we no more be with thee forever? And from that moment shall not this or that be lawful for thee forever? And what was it which they suggested, in that I said, this or that? What did they suggest, O my God? Let thy mercy turn it away from the soul of thy servant. What defilements did they suggest? What shame! And now I much less than half heard them, and not openly showing themselves and contradicting me, but muttering, as it were, behind my back, and privily plucking me, as I was departing, but to look back on them. Yet they did retard me, so that I hesitated to burst and shake myself free from them, and to spring over whither I was called, a violent habit saying to me, Thinkest thou canst live without them? But now it spake very faintly, for on that side whither I had set my face, and whither I trembled to go, there appeared unto me the chaste dignity of continency, serene, yet not relaxedly, gay, honestly alluring me to come and doubt not, and stretching forth to receive and embrace me, her holy hands full of multitudes of good examples. There were so many young men and maidens here, a multitude of youth and every age, grave widows and aged virgins, and continence herself in all, not barren, but a fruitful mother of children of joys, by thee her husband, O Lord. And she smiled on me with a persuasive mockery, as would she say, Canst not thou what these youths, what these maidens can? Or can they either in themselves, and not rather in the Lord their God? The Lord their God gave me unto them. Why standest thou in thyself, and so standest not? Cast thyself upon him. Fear not, he will not withdraw himself that thou shouldest fall. Cast thyself fearlessly upon him. He will receive and will heal thee. And I blushed exceedingly, for that I yet heard the muttering of those toys, and hung in suspense. And she again seemed to say, Stop thine ears against those thy unclean members on the earth, that they may be mortified. They tell thee of delights, but not as doth the law of the Lord thy God. This controversy in my heart was self against self only, but Alypius, sitting close by my side, in silence, waited the issue of my unwonted emotion. But when a deep consideration had from the secret bottom of my soul drawn together and heaped up all my misery in the sight of my heart, there arose a mighty storm, bringing a mighty shower of tears, which, that I might pour forth wholly in its natural expressions, I rose from Alypius. Solitude was suggested to me as fitter for the business of weeping, so I retired so far that even his presence could not be a burden to me. Thus was it then with me, and he perceived something of it, for something I suppose I had spoken, wherein the tones of my voice appeared choked with weeping, and so had risen up. He then remained where we were sitting, most extremely astonished. I cast myself down, I know not how, under a certain fig tree, giving full vent to my tears, and the floods of mine eyes gushed out an acceptable sacrifice to thee. And, not indeed in these words, yet to this purpose, spake I much unto thee. And thou, O Lord, how long? How long, Lord, wilt thou be angry for ever? Remember not our former iniquities, for I felt that I was held by them. I sent up these sorrowful words. How long? How long? Tomorrow, and tomorrow. Why not now? Why not is there this hour an end to my uncleanness? So was I speaking and weeping in the most bitter contrition of my heart, when, lo, I heard from a neighboring house a voice, as of boy or girl, I know not, chanting and oft repeating, Take up and read, take up and read. Instantly my countenance altered. I began to think most intently whether children were wont in any kind of play to sing such words, nor could I remember ever to have heard the like. So checking the torrent of my tears, I arose, interpreting it to be no other than a command from God to open the book and read the first chapter I should find. For I had heard of Antony that coming in during the reading of the gospel, he received the admonition as if what was being read was spoken to him. Go, sell all that thou hast, and give to the poor, and thou shalt have treasure in heaven, and come and follow me. And by such oracle he was forthwith converted unto thee. Eagerly then I returned to the place where Alypius was sitting, for there had I laid the volume of the apostle when I arose thence. I seized, opened, and in silence read that section on which my eyes first fell, not in rioting and drunkenness, not in chambering and wantonness, not in strife and envying, but put ye on the Lord Jesus Christ, and make not provision for the flesh in concupiscence. No further would I read, nor needed I, for instantly at the end of this sentence, by a light as it were of serenity infused into my heart, all the darkness of doubt vanished away. Then putting my finger between or some other mark, I shut the volume, and with a calmed countenance made it known to Alypius. And what was wrought in him, which I knew not, he thus showed me. He asked to see what I had read. I showed him, and he looked even further than I had read, and I knew not what followed. This followed, him that is weak in the faith, receive, which he applied to himself, and disclosed to me. And by this admonition was he strengthened, and by a good resolution and purpose, and most corresponding to his character, wherein he did always very far differ from me, for the better, without any turbulent delay he joined me. Thence we go in to my mother. We tell her. She rejoiceth. We relate in order how it took place. She leaps for joy, and triumpheth, and blesseth thee, who are able to do above that which we ask or think. For she perceived that thou hadst given her more for me than she was wont to beg by her pitiful and most sorrowful groanings. For thou convertedst me unto thyself, so that I sought neither wife nor any hope of this world, standing in that rule of faith, where thou hadst showed me unto her in a vision so many years before. And thou didst convert her mourning into joy, much more plentiful than she had desired, and in a much more precious and purer way than she erst required, by having grandchildren of my body. Book 9. O Lord, I am thy servant, and the son of thy handmaid. Thou hast broken my bonds in sunder. I will offer to thee the sacrifice of praise. Let my heart and my tongue praise thee. Yea, let all my bones say, O Lord, who is like unto thee? Let them say, and answer thou me. And say unto my soul, I am thy salvation. Who am I, and what am I? What evil have not been either my deeds, or if not my deeds, my words, or if not my words, my will? But thou, O Lord, art good and merciful, and thy right hand had respect unto the depth of my death, and from the bottom of my heart emptied that abyss of corruption. And this thy whole gift was, to nill what I willed, and to will what thou willedst. But where through all those years, and out of what low and deep recess, was my free will called forth in a moment, whereby to submit my neck to thy easy yoke, and my shoulders unto thy light burden, O Christ Jesus, my helper and my Redeemer. How sweet did it at once become to me, to want the sweetnesses of those toys! and what I feared to be parted from was now a joy to part with. For thou didst cast them forth from me, thou true and highest sweetness. Thou castest them forth, and for them enteredst in thyself, sweeter than all pleasure, though not to flesh and blood, brighter than all light, but more hidden than all depths, higher than all honour, but not to the high in their own conceits. Now was my soul free from the biting cares of canvassing and getting, and weltering in filth, and scratching off the itch of lust. And my infant tongue spake freely to thee, my brightness, and my riches, and my health, the Lord my God. And I resolved in thy sight not tumultuously to tear, but gently to withdraw the service of my tongue from the marts of lip labour, that the young, no students in thy law, nor in thy peace, but in lying dotages and law skirmishes, should no longer buy at my mouth arms for their madness. And very seasonably it now wanted but very few days unto the vacation of the vintage, and I resolved to endure them. Then in a regular way to take my leave, and having been purchased by thee, no more to return for sale. Our purpose then was known to thee, but to men other than our own friends was it not known. For we had agreed among ourselves not to let it out abroad to any, although to us, now ascending from the valley of tears, and singing that song of degrees, thou hadst given sharp arrows, and destroying coals against the subtle tongue, which as though advising for us, would thwart, and would out of love devour us, as it doth its meat. Thou hadst pierced our hearts with thy charity, and we carried thy words as it were fixed in our entrails, and the examples of thy servants, whom for black thou hadst made bright, and for dead, alive, being piled together in the receptacle of our thoughts, kindled and burned up, that our heavy torpor, that we should not sink down to the abyss. And they fired us so vehemently that all the blasts of subtle tongues from gainsayers might only inflame us the more fiercely, not extinguish us. Nevertheless, because for thy name's sake, which thou hast hallowed throughout the earth, this our vow and purpose might also find some to commend it, it seemed like ostentation not to wait for the vacation now so near, but to quit beforehand a public profession which was before the eyes of all. So that all looking on this act of mine, and observing how near was the time of vintage which I wished to anticipate, would talk much of me, as if I had desired to appear some great one. And what end had it served me that people should repute and dispute upon my purpose, and that our good should be evil spoken of? Moreover, it had at first troubled me that in this very summer my lungs began to give way amid too great literary labour, and to breathe deeply with difficulty, and by the pain in my chest to show that they were injured, and to refuse any full or lengthened speaking. This had troubled me, for it almost constrained me of necessity to lay down that burden of teaching, or, if I could be cured and recover, at least to intermit it. But when the full wish for leisure, that I might see how that thou art the Lord, arose and was fixed in me, my God, thou knowest, I began even to rejoice that I had this secondary, and that no feigned excuse, which might something moderate the offence taken by those who, for their son's sake, wished me never to have the freedom of thy sons. Full then of such joy, I endured till that interval of time were run. It may have been some 20 days, yet they were endured manfully. Endured for the covetousness which aforetime bore a part of this heavy business, had left me, and I remained alone, and had been overwhelmed, had not patience taken its place. Perchance, some of thy servants, my brethren, may say that I sinned in this, that with a heart fully set on thy service, I suffered myself to sit even 1 hour in the chair of lies. Nor would I be contentious. But hast not thou, O most merciful Lord, pardoned and remitted this sin also, with my other most horrible and deadly sins, in the holy water? Verecundus was worn down with care about this our blessedness, for that being held back by bonds, whereby he was most straitly bound, he saw that he should be severed from us. For himself was not yet a Christian, his wife one of the faithful, and yet hereby, more rigidly than by any other chain, was he let and hindered from the journey which we had now essayed. For he would not, he said, be a Christian on any other terms than on those he could not. However, he offered us courteously to remain at his country house so long as we should stay there. Thou, O Lord, shalt reward him in the resurrection of the just, seeing thou hast already given him the lot of the righteous. For although, in our absence, being now at Rome, he was seized with bodily sickness, and therein being made a Christian, and one of the faithful, he departed this life. Yet hadst thou mercy not on him only, but on us also, lest remembering the exceeding kindness of our friend towards us, yet unable to number him among thy flock, we should be agonized with intolerable sorrow. Thanks unto thee, our God, we are thine. Thy suggestions and consolations tell us, faithful in promises, thou now requitest Verecundus for his country house of Cassiacum, where from the fever of the world we reposed in thee, with the eternal freshness of thy paradise. For that thou hast forgiven him his sins upon earth, in that rich mountain, that mountain which yieldeth milk, thine own mountain. He then had at that time sorrow, but Nebridius joy. For although he also, not being yet a Christian, had fallen into the pit of that most pernicious error, believing the flesh of thy Son to be a phantom, yet emerging thence, he believed as we did, not as yet endued with any sacraments of thy church, but a most ardent searcher out of truth, whom, not long after our conversion and regeneration by thy baptism, being also a faithful member of the Church Catholic, and serving thee in perfect chastity and continence amongst his people in Africa, his whole house having through him first been made Christian, didst thou release from the flesh, and now he lives in Abraham's bosom. Whatever that be, which is signified by that bosom, there lives my Nebridius, my sweet friend, and thy child, O Lord, adopted of a freed man, there he liveth. For what other place is there for such a soul? There he liveth, whereof he asked much of me, a poor inexperienced man. Now lays he not his ear to my mouth, but his spiritual mouth unto thy fountain, and drinketh as much as he can receive, wisdom in proportion to his thirst, endlessly happy. Nor do I think that he is so inebriated therewith as to forget me, seeing thou, Lord, whom he drinketh, art mindful of us. So were we then, comforting Verecundus, who sorrowed, as far as friendship permitted, that our conversion was of such sort, and exhorting him to become faithful according to his measure, namely, of a married estate, and awaiting Nebridius to follow us, which, being so near, he was all but doing. And so, lo, those days rolled by at length, for long and many they seemed, for the love I bear to the easeful liberty, that I might sing to thee, from my inmost marrow, my heart hath said unto thee, I have sought thy face. Thy face, Lord, will I seek. Now was the day come wherein I was indeed to be freed of my rhetoric professorship, whereof in thought I was already freed. And it was done. Thou didst rescue my tongue, whence thou hadst before rescued my heart. And I blessed thee, rejoicing, retiring with all mine to the villa. What I there did in writing, which was now enlisted in thy service, though still in this breathing time, as it were, panting from the school of pride, my books may witness, as well what I debated with others, as what with myself alone, before thee. What with Nebridius, who was absent, my epistles bear witness. And when shall I have time to rehearse all thy great benefits towards us at that time, especially when hasting on to yet greater mercies? For my remembrance recalls me, and pleasant is it to me, O Lord, to confess to thee, by what inward goads thou tamedst me, and how thou hast evened me, lowering the mountains and hills of my high imaginations, straightening my crookedness, and smoothing my rough ways, and how thou also subduedst the brother of my heart, Alypius, unto the name of thy only begotten, our Lord and Saviour Jesus Christ, which he would not at first vouchsafe to have inserted in our writings. For rather would he have them savour of the lofty cedars of the schools, which the Lord hath now broken down, than of the wholesome herbs of the church, the antidote against serpents. Oh, in what accents spake I unto thee, my God, when I read the Psalms of David, those faithful songs and sounds of devotion, which allow of no swelling spirit, as yet a catechumen and a novice in thy real love, resting in that villa, with Alypius a catechumen, my mother cleaving to us, in female garb with masculine faith, with the tranquillity of age, motherly love, Christian piety. Oh, what accents did I utter unto thee in those psalms, and how was I by them kindled towards thee, and on fire to rehearse them, if possible, through the whole world, against the pride of mankind. And yet they are sung through the whole world, nor can any hide himself from thy heat. With what vehement and bitter sorrow was I angered at the Manichees, and again I pitied them, for they knew not those sacraments, those medicines, and were mad against the antidote which might have recovered them of their madness. How I would they had then been somewhere near me, and without my knowing that they were there, could have beheld my countenance, and heard my words when I read the fourth psalm in that time of my rest, and how that psalm wrought upon me. When I called, the God of my righteousness heard me. In tribulation thou enlargedst me. Have mercy upon me, O Lord, and hear my prayer. Would that what I uttered on these words they could hear, without my knowing whether they heard, lest they should think I spake it for their sakes. Because in truth neither should I speak the same things, nor in the same way, if I perceived that they heard and saw me. Nor if I spake them would they so receive them, as when I spake by and for myself before thee, out of the natural feelings of my soul. I trembled for fear, and again kindled with hope, and with rejoicing in thy mercy, O Father. And all issued forth both by mine eyes and voice, when thy good Spirit turning unto us said, O ye sons of men, how long slow of heart? Why do ye love vanity, and seek after leasing? For I had loved vanity, and sought after leasing. And thou, O Lord, hadst already magnified thy Holy One, raising him from the dead, and setting him at thy right hand, whence from on high he should send his promise, the Comforter, the Spirit of truth. And he had already sent him, but I knew it not. He had sent him, because he was now magnified, rising again from the dead, and ascending into heaven. For till then the Spirit was not yet given, because Jesus was not yet glorified. And the prophet cries out, How long, slow of heart? Why do ye love vanity, and seek after leasing? Know this, that the Lord hath magnified his Holy One. He cries out, How long? He cries out, Know this. And I so long, not knowing, loved vanity, and sought after leasing. And therefore I heard and trembled, because it was spoken unto such as I remembered myself to have been. For in those phantoms which I had held for truths was there vanity and leasing, and I spake aloud many things earnestly and forcibly in the bitterness of my remembrance, which would they had heard, who yet love vanity and seek after leasing. They would perchance have been troubled, and have vomited it up, and thou wouldest hear them when they cried unto thee. For by a true death in the flesh did he die for us, who now intercedeth unto thee for us. I further read, Be angry, and sin not. And how was I moved, O my God, who had now learned to be angry at myself for things past, that I might not sin in time to come? Yea, to be justly angry, for that it was not another nature of a people of darkness which sinned for me, as they say who are not angry at themselves, and treasure up wrath against the day of wrath, and of the revelation of thy just judgment. Nor were my good things now without, nor sought with the eyes of flesh in that earthly sun. For they that would have joy from without soon become vain, and waste themselves on the things seen and temporal, and in their famished thoughts do lick their very shadows. Oh, that they were wearied out with their famine, and said, Who will show us good things? And we would say, and they hear, The light of thy countenance is sealed upon us. For we are not that light which enlighteneth every man, but we are enlightened by thee, that having been sometimes darkness, we may be light in thee. Oh, that they could see the eternal internal, which having tasted, I was grieved that I could not show it them, so long as they brought me their heart in their eyes, roving abroad from thee, while they said, Who will show us good things? For there, where I was angry within myself in my chamber, where I was inwardly pricked, where I had sacrificed, slaying my old man, and commencing the purpose of a new life, putting my trust in thee, there hadst thou begun to grow sweet unto me, and hadst put gladness in my heart. And I cried out, as I read this outwardly, finding it inwardly. Nor would I be multiplied with worldly goods, wasting away time, and wasted by time, whereas I had in thy eternal simple essence other corn, and wine, and oil. And with a loud cry of my heart, I cried out in the next verse, "O in peace, O for the self-same. O, what said he? I will lay me down and sleep. For who shall hinder us, when cometh to pass that saying which is written, Death is swallowed up in victory? And thou surpassingly art the self-same, who art not changed, and in thee is rest which forgetteth all toil, for there is none other with thee, nor are we to seek those many other things, which are not what thou art, but thou, Lord, alone hast made me dwell in hope. I read and kindled, nor found I what to do to those deaf and dead, of whom myself had been a pestilent person, a bitter and a blind bawler, against those writings, which are honeyed with the honey of heaven, and lightsome with thine own light. And I was consumed with zeal at the enemies of this scripture. When shall I recall all which passed in those holy days? Yet neither have I forgotten, nor will I pass over the severity of thy scourge and the wonderful swiftness of thy mercy. Thou didst then torment me with pain in my teeth, which, when it had come to such height that I could not speak, it came into my heart to desire all my friends present to pray for me to thee, the God of all manner of health. And this I wrote on wax, and gave it them to read. Presently, so soon as with humble devotion we had bowed our knees, that pain went away. But what pain? Or how went it away? I was affrighted, O my Lord, my God, for from infancy I had never experienced the like, and the power of thy nod was deeply conveyed to me, and rejoicing in faith I praised thy name. And that faith suffered me not to be at ease about my past sins, which were not yet forgiven me by thy baptism. The vintage vacation ended. I gave notice to the Milanese to provide their scholars with another master to sell words to them. For that I had both made choice to serve thee, and through my difficulty of breathing and pain in my chest was not equal to the professorship. And by letters I signified to thy prelate, the holy man Ambrose, my former errors and present desires, begging his advice what of thy scriptures I had best read, to become readier and fitter for receiving so great grace. He recommended Isaiah the prophet, I believe, because he above the rest is a more clear foreshower of the gospel and of the calling of the Gentiles. But I, not understanding the first lesson in him, and imagining the whole to be like it, laid it by, to be resumed when better practised in our Lord's own words. Thence, when the time was come wherein I was to give in my name, we left the country and returned to Milan. It pleased Alypius also to be with me born again in thee, being already clothed with the humility befitting thy sacraments, and a most valiant tamer of the body, so as, with unwonted venture, to wear the frozen ground of Italy with his bare feet. We joined with us the boy Adeodatus, born after the flesh of my sin. Excellently hadst thou made him. He was not quite 15, and in wit surpassed many grave and learned men. I confess unto thee thy gifts, O Lord my God, creator of all, and abundantly able to reform our deformities. For I had no part in that boy, but the sin. For that we brought him up in thy discipline, it was thou, none else, had inspired us with it. I confess unto thee thy gifts. There is a book of ours entitled The Master. It is a dialogue between him and me. Thou knowest that all there ascribed to the person conversing with me were his ideas, in his 16th year. Much besides, and yet more admirable, I found in him. That talent struck awe into me, and who but thou could be the workmaster of such wonders? Soon didst thou take his life from the earth, and I now remember him without anxiety, fearing nothing for his childhood or youth, or his whole self. Him we joined with us, our contemporary in grace, to be brought up in thy discipline, and we were baptized, and anxiety for our past life vanished from us. Nor was I sated in those days with the wondrous sweetness of considering the depth of thy counsels concerning the salvation of mankind. How did I weep in thy hymns and canticles, touched to the quick by the voices of thy sweet attuned church. The voices flowed into mine ears, and the truth distilled into my heart, whence the affections of my devotion overflowed, and tears ran down, and happy was I therein. Not long had the Church of Milan begun to use this kind of consolation and exhortation, the brethren zealously joining with harmony of voice and hearts. For it was a year, or not much more, that Justina, mother to the Emperor Valentinian, a child, persecuted thy servant Ambrose in favor of her heresy, to which she was seduced by the Arians. The devout people kept watch in the church, ready to die with their bishop thy servant. There my mother, thy handmaid, bearing a chief part of those anxieties and watchings, lived for prayer. We, yet unwarmed by the heat of thy spirit, still were stirred up by the sight of the amazed and disquieted city. Then it was first instituted that after the manner of the Eastern churches, hymns and psalms should be sung, lest the people should wax faint through the tediousness of sorrow. And from that day to this the custom is retained, divers, yea, almost all, thy congregations, throughout other parts of the world following herein. Then didst thou by a vision discover to thy forenamed bishop where the bodies of Gervasius and Protasius the martyrs lay hid, whom thou hadst in thy secret treasury stored uncorrupted so many years, whence thou mightest seasonably produce them to repress the fury of a woman, but an empress. For when they were discovered and dug up, and with due honour translated to the Ambrosian Basilica, not only they who were vexed with unclean spirits, the devils confessing themselves, were cured, but a certain man who had for many years been blind, a citizen and well known to the city, asking and hearing the reason of the people's confused joy, sprang forth desiring his guide to lead him thither. Led thither, he begged to be allowed to touch with his handkerchief the bier of thy saints, whose death is precious in thy sight, which, when he had done, and put to his eyes, they were forthwith opened. Thence did the fame spread, thence thy praises glowed, shone. Thence the mind of that enemy, though not turned to the soundness of believing, was yet turned back from her fury of persecuting. Thanks to thee, O my God. Whence and whither hast thou thus led my remembrance, that I should confess these things also unto thee? Which great though they be, I had passed by in forgetfulness. And yet then, when the odour of thy ointments was so fragrant, did we not run after thee? Therefore did I more weep among the singing of thy hymns, formerly sighing after thee, and at length breathing in thee, as far as the breath may enter into this our house of grass. Thou that makest men to dwell of one mind in one house, didst join with us Euodius also, a young man of our own city, who being an officer of court was before us converted to thee and baptized, and quitting his secular warfare, girded himself to thine. We were together, about to dwell together in our devout purpose. We sought where we might serve thee most usefully, and were together returning to Africa. Whitherward being as far as Ostia, my mother departed this life. Much I omit, as hastening much. Receive my confessions and thanksgivings, O my God, for innumerable things whereof I am silent. But I will not omit whatsoever my soul would bring forth concerning that thy handmaid, who brought me forth, both in the flesh, that I might be born to this temporal light, and in heart, that I might be born to light eternal. Not her gifts, but thine in her, would I speak of, for neither did she make nor educate herself. Thou createdst her, nor did her father and mother know what a one should come from them. And the sceptre of thy Christ, the discipline of thine only Son, in a Christian house, a good member of thy church, educated her in thy fear. Yet for her good discipline was she wont to commend not so much her mother's diligence as that of a certain decrepit maidservant, who had carried her father when a child, as little ones used to be carried at the backs of elder girls. For which reason, and for her great age and excellent conversation, was she, in that Christian family, well respected by its heads. Whence also the charge of her master's daughters was entrusted to her, to which she gave diligent heed, restraining them earnestly, when necessary, with a holy severity, and teaching them with a grave discretion. For except at those hours, wherein they were most temperately fed at their parents' table, she would not suffer them, though parched with thirst, to drink even water, preventing an evil custom, and adding this wholesome advice. Ye drink water now, because you have not wine in your power. But when you come to be married, and be made mistresses of cellars and cupboards, you will scorn water, but the custom of drinking will abide. By this method of instruction and the authority she had, she refrained the greediness of childhood and moulded their very thirst to such an excellent moderation that what they should not, that they would not. And yet, as thy handmaid told me her son, there had crept upon her a love of wine. For when, as the manner was, she, as though a sober maiden, was bidden by her parents to draw wine out of the hogshed, holding the vessel under the opening, before she poured the wine into the flagon, she sipped a little with the tip of her lips. For more her instinctive feelings refused. For this she did, not out of any desire of drink, but out of the exuberance of youth, whereby it boils over in mirthful freaks, which in youthful spirits are wont to be kept under by the gravity of their elders. And thus by adding to that little daily littles, for whoso despiseth little things shall fall by little and little, she had fallen into such a habit as greedily to drink off her little cup, brimful almost of wine. Where was then that discreet old woman, and that her earnest countermanding? Would aught avail against a secret disease, if thy healing hand, O Lord, watched not over us? Father, mother, and governors absent, thou present, who createdst, who callest, who also by those set over us, workest something towards the salvation of our souls. What didst thou then, O my God? How didst thou cure her? How heal her? Didst thou not out of another soul bring forth a hard and a sharp taunt, like a lancet out of thy secret store, and with one touch remove all that foul stuff? For a maidservant with whom she used to go to the cellar, falling to words, as it happens, with her little mistress, when alone with her, taunted her with this fault, with most bitter insult, calling her wine-bibber. With which taunt she, stung to the quick, saw the foulness of her fault, and instantly condemned and forsook it. As flattering friends pervert, so reproachful enemies mostly correct. Yet not what by them thou doest, but what themselves purposed, dost thou repay them. For she in her anger sought to vex her young mistress, not to amend her, and did it in private, either for that the time and place of the quarrel so found them, or lest herself also should have anger for discovering it thus late. But thou, Lord, governor of all in heaven and earth, who turnest to thy purposes the deepest currents, and the ruled turbulence of the tide of times, didst by the very unhealthiness of one soul heal another, lest any, when he observes this, should ascribe it to his own power, even when another, whom he wished to be reformed, is reformed through words of his. Brought up thus modestly and soberly, and made subject rather by thee to her parents than by her parents to thee, so soon as she was of marriageable age, being bestowed upon a husband, she served him as her lord, and did her diligence to win him unto thee, preaching thee unto him by her conversation, by which thou ornamentedst her, making her reverently amiable and admirable unto her husband. And she so endured the wronging of her bed as never to have any quarrel with her husband thereon. For she looked for thy mercy upon him, that believing in thee he might be made chaste. But besides this, he was fervid, as in his affections, so in anger. But she had learnt not to resist an angry husband, not in deed only, but not even in word. Only when he was smoothed and tranquil, and in a temper to receive it, she would give an account of her actions, if haply he had over hastily taken offence. In a word, while many matrons, who had milder husbands, yet bore even in their faces marks of shame, would in familiar talk blame their husbands' lives, she would blame their tongues, giving them, as in jest, earnest advice. That from the time they heard the marriage writings read to them, they should account them as indentures, whereby they were made servants, and so, remembering their condition, ought not to set themselves up against their lords. And when they, knowing what a choleric husband she endured, marvelled that it had never been heard, nor by any token perceived, that Patricius had beaten his wife, or that there had been any domestic difference between them, even for one day, and confidentially asking the reason, she taught them her practice above mentioned. Those wives who observed it found the good and returned thanks. Those who observed it not found no relief and suffered. Her mother-in-law also, at first by whisperings of evil servants incensed against her, she so overcame by observance and persevering endurance and meekness, that she of her own accord discovered to her son the meddling tongues whereby the domestic peace betwixt her and her daughter-in-law had been disturbed, asking him to correct them. Then, when in compliance with his mother, and for the well-ordering of the family, he had with stripes corrected those discovered, at her will who had discovered them, she promised the like reward to any who, to please her, should speak ill of her daughter-in-law to her. And none now venturing, they lived together with a remarkable sweetness of mutual kindness. This great gift also thou bestowedst, O my God, my mercy, upon that good handmaid of thine, in whose womb thou createdst me, that between any disagreeing and discordant parties where she was able, she showed herself such a peacemaker, that hearing on both sides most bitter things, such as swelling and indigested choler, uses to break out into, when the crudities of enmities are breathed out in sour discourses to a present friend against an absent enemy, she never would disclose aught of the one unto the other, but what might tend to their reconcilement. A small good this might appear to me, did I not to my grief know numberless persons who through some horrible and wide-spreading contagion of sin not only disclose to persons mutually angered things said in anger, but add withal things never spoken. Whereas to humane humanity it ought to seem a light thing, not to foment or increase ill will by ill words, unless one study withal by good words to quench it. Such was she, thyself, her most inward instructor, teaching her in the school of the heart. Finally, her own husband, towards the very end of his earthly life, did she gain unto thee, nor had she to complain of that in him as a believer, which before he was a believer she had borne from him. She was also the servant of thy servants, whosoever of them knew her did in her much praise and honour and love thee, for that through the witness of the fruits of a holy conversation they perceived thy presence in her heart. For she had been the wife of one man, had requited her parents, had governed her house piously, was well reported of for good works, had brought up children, so often travailing in birth of them, as she saw them swerving from thee. Lastly, of all of us thy servants, O Lord, whom on occasion of thy own gift thou sufferest to speak, us, who before her sleeping in thee lived united together, having received the grace of thy baptism, did she so take care of, as though she had been mother of us all, so served us, as though she had been child to us all. The day now approaching whereon she was to depart this life, which day thou well knewest we knew not, it came to pass thyself, as I believe, by thy secret ways, so ordering it, that she and I stood alone, leaning in a certain window which looked into the garden of the house where we now lay, at Ostia, where, removed from the din of men, we were recruiting from the fatigues of a long journey for the voyage. We were discoursing then together, alone very sweetly, and forgetting those things which are behind, and reaching forth unto those things which are before, we were inquiring between ourselves in the presence of the truth, which thou art, of what sort the eternal life of the saints was to be, which eye hath not seen, nor ear heard, nor hath it entered into the heart of man. But yet we gasped with the mouth of our heart after those heavenly streams of thy fountain, the fountain of life which is with thee, that being bedewed thence according to our capacity, we might in some sort meditate upon so high a mystery. And when our discourse was brought to that point, that the very highest delight of the earthly senses, in the very purest material light, was, in respect of the sweetness of that life, not only not worthy of comparison, but not even of mention, we raising up ourselves with a more glowing affection towards the self-same, did by degrees pass through all things bodily, even the very heaven whence sun and moon and stars shine upon the earth. Yea, we were soaring higher yet by inward musing and discourse and admiring of thy works, and we came to our own minds and went beyond them, that we might arrive at that region of never-failing plenty, where thou feedest Israel for ever with the food of truth, and where life is the wisdom by whom all these things are made, and what have been, and what shall be, and she is not made, but is, as she hath been, and so shall she be ever. Yea, rather, to have been, and hereafter to be, are not in her, but only to be, seeing she is eternal. For to have been, and to be hereafter are not eternal. And while we were discoursing and panting after her, we slightly touched on her with the whole effort of our heart, and we sighed, and there we leave bound the first fruits of the Spirit, and return to vocal expressions of our mouth, where the word spoken has beginning and end. And what is like unto thy word, our Lord, who endureth in himself without becoming old, and maketh all things new? We were saying then, if to any the tumult of the flesh were hushed, hushed the images of earth and waters and air, hushed also the pole of heaven, yea, the very soul be hushed to herself, and by not thinking on self surmount self, hushed all dreams and imaginary revelations, every tongue and every sign, and whatsoever exists only in transition, since if any could hear all these say, we made not ourselves, but he made us that abideth forever. If then, having uttered this, they too should be hushed, having roused only our ears to him who made them, and he alone speak, not by them but by himself, that we may hear his word, not through any tongue of flesh, nor angel's voice, nor sound of thunder, nor in the dark riddle of a similitude, but might hear whom in these things we love, might hear his very self without these, as we too now strained ourselves, and in swift thought touched on that eternal wisdom which abideth over all. Could this be continued on, and other visions of kind far unlike be withdrawn, and this one ravish and absorb, and wrap up its beholder amid these inward joys, so that life might be forever like that one moment of understanding which now we sighed after? Were not this, enter into thy master's joy? And when shall that be? When we shall all rise again, though we shall not all be changed. Such things was I speaking, and even if not in this very manner, and these same words, yet, Lord, thou knowest that in that day when we were speaking of these things, and this world with all its delights became, as we spake, contemptible to us. My mother said, Son, for mine own part I have no further delight in anything in this life. What I do here any longer, and to what I am here, I know not, now that my hopes in this world are accomplished. One thing there was for which I desired to linger for a while in this life, that I might see thee a Catholic Christian before I died. My God hath done this for me more abundantly, that I should now see thee withal, despising earthly happiness, become his servant. What do I hear? What answer I made her unto these things, I remember not. For scarce 5 days after, or not much more, she fell sick of a fever, and in that sickness one day she fell into a swoon, and was for a while withdrawn from these visible things. We hastened round her, but she was soon brought back to her senses, and looking on me and my brother standing by her, said to us inquiringly, Where was I? And then looking fixedly on us, with grief amazed. Here, saith she, shall you bury your mother. I held my peace and refrained weeping, but my brother spake something, wishing for her, as the happier lot, that she might die, not in a strange place, but in her own land. Whereat she with anxious look, checking him with her eyes, for that he still savoured such things, and then looking upon me, Behold, saith she, what he saith, and soon after to us both, Lay, she saith, this body anywhere. Let not the care for that any way disquiet you. This only I request, that you would remember me at the Lord's altar, wherever you be. And having delivered this sentiment in what words she could, she held her peace, being exercised by her growing sickness. But I, considering thy gifts, thou unseen God, which thou instillest into the hearts of thy faithful ones, whence wondrous fruits do spring, did rejoice and give thanks to thee, recalling what I before knew, how careful and anxious she had ever been as to her place of burial, which she had provided and prepared for herself by the body of her husband. For because they had lived in great harmony together, she also wished, so little can the human mind embrace things divine, to have this addition to that happiness, and to have it remembered among men, that after her pilgrimage beyond the seas, what was earthly of this united pair had been permitted to be united beneath the same earth. But when this emptiness had through the fullness of thy goodness begun to cease in her heart, I knew not, and rejoiced, admiring what she had so disclosed to me. though indeed in that our discourse also in the window, when she said, "What do I hear any longer?" There appeared no desire of dying in her own country. I heard afterwards also that when we were now at Ostia, she, with a mother's confidence, when I was absent, one day discoursed with certain of my friends about the contempt of this life and the blessing of death, and when they were amazed at such courage which thou hadst given to a woman, and asked whether she were not afraid to leave her body so far from her own city. She replied, "Nothing is far to God, nor was it to be feared lest at the end of the world he should not recognize whence he were to raise me up." On the 9th day then of her sickness, and the 56th year of her age, and the 33rd of mine, was that religious and holy soul freed from the body. I closed her eyes, and there flowed withal a mighty sorrow into my heart, which was overflowing into tears. Mine eyes, at the same time, by the violent command of my mind, drank up their fountain wholly dry, and woe was me in such a strife. But when she breathed her last, the boy Adeodatus burst out into a loud lament, then, checked by us all, held his peace. In like manner, also a childish feeling in me, which was, through my heart's youthful voice, finding its vent in weeping, was checked and silenced. For we thought it not fitting to solemnize that funeral with tearful lament and groanings, for thereby do they for the most part express grief for the departed, as though unhappy or altogether dead, whereas she was neither unhappy in her death nor altogether dead. Of this we were assured on good grounds, the testimony of her good conversation and her faith unfeigned. What then was it which did grievously pain me within, but a fresh wound wrought through the sudden wrench of that most sweet and dear custom of living together? I joyed indeed in her testimony, when, in that her last sickness, mingling her endearments with my acts of duty, she called me dutiful, and mentioned, with great affection of love, that she never had heard any harsh or reproachful sound uttered by my mouth against her. But yet, O my God, who madest us, what comparison is there betwixt that honour that I paid to her and her slavery for me? Being then forsaken of so great comfort in her, my soul was wounded, and that life rent asunder, as it were, which, of hers and mine together, had been made but one. The boy then being stilled from weeping, Euodius took up the psalter and began to sing, our whole house answering him, the psalm, "I will sing of mercy and judgments to thee, O Lord." But hearing what we were doing, many brethren and religious women came together, and whilst they, whose office it was, made ready for the burial, as the manner is, I, in a part of the house, where I might properly, together with those who thought not fit to leave me, discoursed upon something fitting the time, and by this balm of truth assuaged that torment known to thee, they unknowing and listening intently, and conceiving me to be without all sense of sorrow. But in thy ears, where none of them heard, I blamed the weakness of my feelings, and refrained my flood of grief, which gave way a little unto me, but again came, as with a tide, yet not so as to burst out into tears, nor to change of countenance. Still I knew what I was keeping down in my heart, and being very much displeased that these human things had such power over me, which in the due order and appointment of our natural condition must needs come to pass, with a new grief I grieved for my grief, and was thus worn by a double sorrow. And behold, the corpse was carried to the burial. We went and returned without tears. For neither in those prayers which we poured forth unto thee, when the sacrifice of our ransom was offered for her, when now the corpse was by the grave's side, as the manner there is, previous to its being laid therein, did I weep even during those prayers. Yet was I the whole day in secret heavily sad, and with troubled mind prayed thee, as I could, to heal my sorrow, yet thou didst not. Impressing, I believe, upon my memory by this one instance, how strong is the bond of all habit, even upon a soul, which now feeds upon no deceiving word. It seemed also good to me to go and bathe, having heard that the bath had its name, balneum, from the Greek balanion, for that it drives sadness from the mind. And this also I confess unto thy mercy, Father of the fatherless, that I bathed, and was the same as before I bathed. for the bitterness of sorrow could not exude out of my heart. Then I slept, and woke up again, and found my grief not a little softened, and as I was alone in my bed, I remembered those true verses of thy Ambrose. For thou art the Maker of all, the Lord, and ruler of the height, who, robbing day in light, hast poured soft slumbers o'er the night, that to our limbs the power of toil may be renewed, and hearts be raised that sink and cower, and sorrows be subdued. And then by little and little I recovered my former thoughts of thy handmaid, her holy conversation towards thee, her holy tenderness and observance towards us, whereof I was suddenly deprived, and I was minded to weep in thy sight, for her and for myself, in her behalf and in my own. And I gave way to the tears which I before restrained, to overflow as much as they desired, reposing my heart upon them, and it found rest in them, for it was in thy ears, not in those of man, who would have scornfully interpreted my weeping. And now, Lord, in writing, I confess it unto thee. Read it, who will, and interpret it, how he will, and if he find sin therein, that I wept my mother for a small portion of an hour, the mother who for the time was dead to mine eyes, who had for many years wept for me that I might live in thine eyes, let him not deride me, but rather, if he be one of large charity, let him weep himself for my sins unto thee, the Father of all the brethren of thy Christ. But now, with a heart cured of that wound, wherein it might seem blameworthy for an earthly feeling, I pour out unto thee, our God, in behalf of that thy handmaid, a far different kind of tears, flowing from a spirit shaken by the thoughts of the dangers of every soul that dieth in Adam. And although she, having been quickened in Christ, even before her release from the flesh, had lived to the praise of thy name for her faith and conversation, yet dare I not say that from what time thou regeneratedst her by baptism, no word issued from her mouth against thy commandment. Thy Son, the truth, hath said, Whosoever shall say unto his brother, Thou fool, shall be in danger of hell fire. And woe be even unto the commendable life of men, if, laying aside mercy, thou shouldest examine it. But because thou art not extreme in inquiring after sins, we confidently hope to find some place with thee. But whosoever reckons up his real merits to thee, what reckons he up to thee but thine own gifts? O that men would know themselves to be men, and that he that glorieth would glory in the Lord. I therefore, O my praise and my life, God of my heart, laying aside for a while her good deeds, for which I give thanks to thee with joy, do now beseech thee for the sins of my mother. Hearken unto me, I entreat thee, by the medicine of our wounds, who hung upon the tree, and now sitting at thy right hand, maketh intercession to thee for us. I know that she dealt mercifully, and from her heart forgave her debtors their debts. Do thou also forgive her debts, whatever she may have contracted in so many years, since the water of salvation. Forgive her, Lord, forgive, I beseech thee. Enter not into judgment with her. Let thy mercy be exalted above thy justice, since thy words are true, and thou hast promised mercy unto the merciful, which thou gavest them to be, who wilt have mercy on whom thou wilt have mercy, and wilt have compassion on whom thou hast had compassion. And I believe thou hast already done what I ask, but accept, O Lord, the free will offerings of my mouth. For she, the day of her dissolution now at hand, took no thought to have her body sumptuously wound up or embalmed with spices, nor desired she a choice monument or to be buried in her own land. These things she enjoined us not, but desired only to have her name commemorated at thy altar, which she had served without intermission of one day, whence she knew the holy sacrifice to be dispensed, by which the handwriting that was against us is blotted out, through which the enemy was triumphed over, who, summing up our offences, and seeking what to lay to our charge, found nothing in him, in whom we conquer. Who shall restore to him the innocent blood? Who repay him the price wherewith he bought us, and so take us from him? Unto the sacrament of which our ransom, thy handmaid bound her soul by the bond of faith. Let none sever her from thy protection. Let neither the lion nor the dragon interpose himself by force or fraud. For she will not answer that she owes nothing, lest she be convicted and seized by the crafty accuser, but she will answer that her sins are forgiven her by him, to whom none can repay that price which he, who owed nothing, paid for us. May she rest then in peace with the husband before and after whom she had never any, whom she obeyed with patience, bringing forth fruit unto thee, that she might win him also unto thee. And inspire, O Lord my God, inspire thy servants, my brethren, thy sons, my masters, whom with voice and heart and pen I serve, that so many as shall read these confessions may at thy altar remember Monica, thy handmaid, with Patricius, her sometimes husband, by whose bodies thou broughtest me into this life, how I know not. May they with devout affection remember my parents in this transitory light, my brethren under thee, our Father, in our Catholic Mother, and my fellow citizens in that eternal Jerusalem which thy pilgrim people sigheth after from their exodus, even unto their return thither. That so my mother's last request of me may through my confessions, more than through my prayers, be, through the prayers of many, more abundantly fulfilled to her. Book 10. Let me know thee, O Lord, who knowest me. Let me know thee as I am known. Power of my soul, enter into it, and fit it for thee, that thou mayest have and hold it without spot or wrinkle. This is my hope, therefore do I speak. And in this hope do I rejoice, when I rejoice healthfully. Other things of this life are the less to be sorrowed for, the more they are sorrowed for, and the more to be sorrowed for, the less men sorrow for them. For behold, thou lovest the truth, and he that doth it cometh to the light. This would I do in my heart before thee in confession, and in my writing before many witnesses. And from thee, O Lord, unto whose eyes the abyss of man's conscience is naked, what could be hidden in me, though I would not confess it? For I should hide thee from me, not me from thee. But now, for that my groaning is witness, that I am displeased with myself, thou shinest out, and art pleasing and beloved and longed for, that I may be ashamed of myself, and renounce myself, and choose thee, and neither please thee nor myself, but in thee. To thee, therefore, O Lord, am I open, whatever I am, and with what fruit I confess unto thee, I have said. Nor do I it with words and sounds of the flesh, but with the words of my soul, and the cry of the thought which thy ear knoweth. For when I am evil, then to confess to thee is nothing else than to be displeased with myself, but when holy, nothing else than not to ascribe it to myself, because thou, O Lord, blessest the godly, but first thou justifieth him when ungodly. My confession then, O my God, in thy sight, is made silently, and not silently. For in sound it is silent, in affection it cries aloud. For neither do I utter anything right unto men, which thou hast not before heard from me, nor dost thou hear any such thing from me, which thou hast not first said unto me. What then have I to do with men, that they should hear my confessions, as if they could heal all my infirmities, a race, curious to know the lives of others, slothful to amend their own? Why seek they to hear from me what I am? Who will not hear from thee what themselves are? And how know they, when from myself they hear of myself, whether I say true, seeing no man knows what is in man, but the spirit of man which is in him? But if they hear from thee of themselves, they cannot say, The Lord lieth. For what is it to hear from thee of themselves, but to know themselves? And who knoweth and saith, It is false, unless himself lieth? But because charity believeth all things, that is, among those whom knitting unto itself it maketh one, I also, O Lord, will in such wise confess unto thee, that men may hear, to whom I cannot demonstrate whether I confess truly. Yet they believe me, whose ears charity openeth unto me. But do thou, my inmost physician, make plain unto me what fruit I may reap by doing it, for the confessions of my past sins, which thou hast forgiven and covered, that thou mightest bless me in thee, changing my soul by faith in thy sacrament, when read and heard, stir up the heart, that it sleep not in despair and say, I cannot, but awake in the love of thy mercy and the sweetness of thy grace, whereby whoso is weak is strong, when by it he became conscious of his own weakness, and the good delight to hear of the past evils of such as are now freed from them, not because they are evils, but because they have been and are not, With what fruit then, O Lord my God, to whom my conscience daily confesseth, trusting more in the hope of thy mercy than in her own innocency? With what fruit, I pray, do I by this book confess to men also in thy presence what I now am, not what I have been? For that other fruit I have seen and spoken of. But what I now am, at the very time of making these confessions, divers desire to know, who have or have not known me, who have heard from me or of me. But their ear is not at my heart where I am, whatever I am. They wish then to hear me confess what I am within, whither neither their eye, nor ear, nor understanding can reach. They wish it as ready to believe. But will they know? For charity, whereby they are good, telleth them that in my confessions I lie not, and she in them believeth me. But for what fruit would they hear this? Do they desire to joy with me, when they hear how near by thy gift I approach unto thee, and to pray for me, when they shall hear how much I am held back by my own weight? To such will I discover myself. For it is no mean fruit, O Lord my God, that by many thanks should be given to thee on our behalf, and thou be by many entreated for us. Let the brotherly mind love in me what thou teachest is to be loved, and lament in me what thou teachest is to be lamented. Let a brotherly, not a stranger, mind, not that of the strange children, whose mouth talketh of vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of iniquity, but that brotherly mind which when it approveth, rejoiceth for me, and when it disapproveth me, is sorry for me. Because whether it approveth or disapproveth, it loveth me. To such will I discover myself. They will breathe freely at my good deeds, sigh for my ill. My good deeds are thine appointments and thy gifts. My evil ones are my offences and thy judgments. Let them breathe freely at the one, sigh at the other, and let hymns and weeping go up into thy sight, out of the hearts of my brethren, thy censors. And do thou, O Lord, be pleased with the incense of thy holy temple. Have mercy upon me, according to thy great mercy, for thine own name's sake. And no ways forsaking what thou hast begun. Perfect my imperfections. This is the fruit of my confessions of what I am, not of what I have been, to confess this, not before thee only, in a secret exultation with trembling, and a secret sorrow with hope, but in the ears also of the believing sons of men, sharers of my joy, and partners in my mortality, my fellow citizens and fellow pilgrims, who are gone before or are to follow on, companions of my way. These are thy servants, my brethren, whom thou willest to be thy sons, my masters, whom thou commandest me to serve, if I would live with thee, of thee. But this thy word were little did it only command by speaking, and not go before in performing. This then I do in deed and word, this I do under thy wings. In over great peril were not my soul subdued unto thee under thy wings, and my infirmity known unto thee. I am a little one, but my Father ever liveth, and my guardian is sufficient for me. For he is the same who begat me and defends me, and thou thyself art all my good. Thou, Almighty, who are with me, yea, before I am with thee. To such then whom thou commandest me to serve, will I discover, not what I have been, but what I now am, and what I yet am. But neither do I judge myself. Thus therefore I would be heard. For thou, Lord, dost judge me. Because although no man knoweth the things of a man, but the spirit of a man which is in him, yet is there something of man, which neither the spirit of man that is in him itself knoweth. But thou, Lord, knowest all of him who hast made him. Yet I, though in thy sight I despise myself, and account myself dust and ashes, yet know I something of thee, which I know not of myself. And truly, now we see through a glass darkly, not face to face as yet. So long, therefore, as I be absent from thee, I am more present with myself than with thee. And yet know I thee that thou art in no ways passable. But I, what temptations I can resist, what I cannot, I know not. And there is hope, because thou art faithful, who wilt not suffer us to be tempted above that we are able, but wilt with the temptation also make a way to escape, that we may be able to bear it. I will confess then what I know of myself, I will confess also what I know not of myself. and that because what I do know of myself, I know by thy shining upon me, and what I know not of myself, so long know I not it, until my darkness be made as the noonday in thy countenance, not with doubting, but with assured consciousness, do I love thee, Lord. Thou hast stricken my heart with thy word, and I loved thee. Yea, also heaven, and earth, and all that therein is. Behold, on every side they bid me love thee, nor cease to say so unto all, that they may be without excuse. But more deeply wilt thou have mercy on whom thou wilt have mercy, and wilt have compassion on whom thou hast had compassion. Else in deaf ears do the heaven and the earth speak thy praises. But what do I love when I love thee? Not beauty of bodies, nor the fair harmony of time, nor the brightness of the light, so gladsome to our eyes, nor sweet melodies of varied songs, nor the fragrant smell of flowers, and ointments, and spices, not manna and honey, not limbs acceptable to embracements of flesh. None of these I love when I love my God, and yet I love a kind of light, and melody, and fragrance, and meat, and embracement when I love my God. The light, melody, fragrance, meat, embracement of my inner man, where there shineth unto my soul what space cannot contain, and there soundeth what time beareth not away, and there smelleth what breathing disperseth not, and there tasteth what eating diminisheth not, and there clingeth what satiety divorceth not. This is it which I love when I love my God. And what is this? I asked the earth, and it answered me, I am not he. And whatsoever are in it confessed the same. I asked the sea and the deeps and the living creeping things, and they answered, We are not thy God, seek above us. I asked the moving air, and the whole air with his inhabitants answered, Anaximenes was deceived, I am not God. I asked the heavens, sun, moon, stars, nor, say they, are we the God whom thou seekest. And I replied unto all the things which encompass the door of my flesh, Ye have told me of my God, that ye are not he, tell me something of him. And they cried out with a loud voice, He made us. My questioning them was my thoughts on them, and their form of beauty gave the answer. And I turned myself unto myself, and said to myself, Who art thou? And I answered, A man. And behold, in me there present themselves to me soul and body, one without, the other within. By which of these ought I to seek my God? I had sought him in the body from earth to heaven, so far as I could send messengers, the beams of mine eyes. But the better is the inner, for to it as presiding and judging, all the bodily messengers reported the answers of heaven and earth, and all things therein, who said, We are not God, but he made us. These things did my inner man know by the ministry of the outer. I, the inner, knew them, I, the mind, through the senses of my body. I asked the whole frame of the world about my God, and it answered me, I am not he, but he made me. Is not this corporeal figure apparent to all whose senses are perfect? Why then speaks it not the same to all? Animals small and great see it, but they cannot ask it, because no reason is set over their senses to judge on what they report. But men can ask, so that the invisible things of God are clearly seen, being understood by the things that are made, but by love of them they are made subject unto them, and subjects cannot judge. Nor yet do the creatures answer such as ask, unless they can judge. Nor yet do they change their voice, i.e., their appearance. If one man only sees, another seeing asks, so as to appear one way to this man, another way to that, but appearing the same way to both. It is dumb to this, speaks to that. Yea, rather it speaks to all. But they only understand who compare its voice received from without with the truth within. For truth saith unto me, Neither heaven, nor earth, nor any other body is thy God. This, their very nature saith to him that seeth them. They are a mass. A mass is less in a part thereof than in the whole. Now to thee I speak, O my soul, thou art my better part, for thou quickenest the mass of my body, giving it life, which no body can give to a body, but thy God is even unto thee the life of thy life. What then do I love when I love my God? Who is he above the head of my soul? By my very soul will I ascend to him. I will pass beyond that power whereby I am united to my body, and fill its whole frame with life. Nor can I by that power find my God, for so horse and mule that have no understanding might find him, seeing it is the same power whereby even their bodies live. But another power there is, not that only whereby I animate, but that too whereby I imbue with sense my flesh, which the Lord hath framed for me, commanding the eye not to hear, and the ear not to see, but the eye that through it I should see, and the ear that through it I should hear, and to the other senses severally, what is to each their own peculiar seats and offices, which, being divers, I the one mind, do through them enact. I will pass beyond this power of mine also, for this also have the horse and mule, for they also perceive through the body. I will pass then beyond this power of my nature also, rising by degrees unto him who made me. And I come to the fields and spacious palaces of my memory, where are the treasures of innumerable images, brought into it from things of all sorts, perceived by the senses. There is stored up whatsoever besides we think, either by enlarging or diminishing, or any other way varying those things which the sense hath come to, and whatever else hath been committed and laid up, which forgetfulness hath not yet swallowed up and buried. When I enter there, I require what I will to be brought forth, and something instantly comes. Others must be longer sought after, which are fetched, as it were, out of some inner receptacle. Others rush out in troops, and while one thing is desired and required, they start forth, as who should say, Is it perchance I? These I drive away with the hand of my heart, from the face of my remembrance, until what I wish for be unveiled, and appear in sight out of its secret place. Other things come up readily, in unbroken order, as they are called for, those in front making way for the following, and as they make way, they are hidden from sight, ready to come when I will. All which takes place when I repeat a thing by heart. There are all things preserved distinctly and under general heads, each having entered by its own avenue, as light, and all colours and forms of bodies by the eyes, by the ears all sorts of sounds, all smells by the avenue of the nostrils, all tastes by the mouth, and by the sensation of the whole body, what is hard or soft, hot or cold, or rugged, heavy or light, either outwardly or inwardly to the body. All these doth that great harbour of the memory receive in her numberless secret and inexpressible windings to be forthcoming and brought out at need, each entering in by his own gate, and there laid up. Nor yet do the things themselves enter in. Only the images of the things perceived are there in readiness for thought to recall. Which images, how they are formed, who can tell, though it doth plainly appear by which sense each hath been brought in and stored up? For even while I dwell in darkness and silence, in my memory I can produce colours, if I will, and discern betwixt black and white, and what others I will, nor yet do sounds break in and disturb the image drawn in by my eyes, which I am reviewing, though they also are there, lying dormant and laid up, as it were, apart. For these too I call for, and forthwith they appear. And though my tongue be still, and my throat mute, so can I sing as much as I will, nor do those images of colours, which notwithstanding be there, intrude themselves and interrupt, when another store is called for, which flowed in by the ears. So the other things, piled in and up by the other senses, I recall at my pleasure. Yea, I discern the breath of lilies from violets, though smelling nothing, and I prefer honey to sweet wine, smooth before rugged, at the time neither tasting nor handling, but remembering only. These things do I within, in that vast court of my memory. For there are present with me heaven, earth, sea, and whatever I could think on therein, besides what I have forgotten. There also meet I with myself, and recall myself, and when, where, and what I have done, and under what feelings. There be all which I remember, either on my own experience or others' credit. Out of the same store do I myself with the past continually combine fresh and fresh likenesses of things which I have experienced, or, from what I have experienced, have believed, and thence again infer future actions, events, and hopes, and all these again I reflect on as present. I will do this or that, say I to myself, in that great receptacle of my mind, stored with the images of things so many and so great, and this or that will follow. Oh, that this or that might be! God avert this or that! So speak I to myself, and when I speak, the images of all I speak of are present, out of the same treasury of memory, nor would I speak of any thereof, were the images wanting. Great is this force of memory, excessive great, O my God, a large and boundless chamber. Whoever sounded the bottom thereof? Yet is this a power of mine, and belongs unto my nature, nor do I myself comprehend all that I am. Therefore is the mind too strait to contain itself. And where should that be, which it containeth not of itself? Is it without it, and not within? How then doth it not comprehend itself? A wonderful admiration surprises me, amazement seizes me upon this. And men go abroad to admire the heights of mountains, the mighty billows of the sea, the broad tides of rivers, the compass of the ocean, and the circuits of the stars, and pass themselves by, nor wonder that when I spake of all these things, I did not see them with mine eyes, yet could not have spoken of them, unless I then actually saw the mountains, billows, rivers, stars which I had seen, and that ocean which I believed to be inwardly in my memory, and that with the same vast spaces between, as if I saw them abroad. Yet did not I by seeing draw them into myself, when with mine eyes I beheld them, nor are they themselves with me, but their images only. And I know by what sense of the body each was impressed upon me. Yet not these alone does the unmeasurable capacity of my memory retain. Here also is all, learnt of the liberal sciences, and as yet unforgotten, removed as it were to some inner place, which is yet no place, nor are they the images thereof, but the things themselves. For what is literature? What the art of disputing? How many kinds of questions there be? Whatsoever of these I know, in such manner exists in my memory, as that I have not taken in the image, and left out the thing, or that it should have sounded and passed away, like a voice fixed on the ear by that impress, whereby it might be recalled, as if it sounded when it no longer sounded, or as a smell while it passes and evaporates into air affects the sense of smell, whence it conveys into the memory an image of itself, which remembering we renew, or as meat, which verily in the belly hath now no taste, and yet in the memory still in a manner tasteth, or as any thing which the body by touch perceiveth, and which when removed from us the memory still conceives. For those things are not transmitted into the memory, but their images only are with an admirable swiftness caught up, and stored, as it were, in wondrous cabinets, and thence wonderfully by the act of remembering brought forth. But now, when I hear that there be three kinds of questions, whether the thing be, what it is, of what kind it is, I do indeed hold the images of the sounds of which those words be composed, and that those sounds, with a noise, pass through the air, and now are not. But the things themselves which are signified by those sounds, I never reached with any sense of my body, nor ever discerned them otherwise than in my mind. Yet in my memory have I laid up not their images, but themselves. Which how they entered into me, let them say if they can. For I have gone over all the avenues of my flesh, but cannot find by which they entered. For the eyes say, if those images were coloured, we reported of them. The ears say, if they sound, we gave knowledge of them. The nostrils say, if they smell, they passed by us. The taste says, unless they have a savour, ask me not. The touch says, if it have not size, I handled it not. If I handled it not, I gave no notice of it. Whence and how entered these things into my memory? I know not how. For when I learned them, I gave not credit to another man's mind, but recognized them in mine. And approving them for true, I commended them to it, laying them up, as it were, whence I might bring them forth when I willed. In my heart then they were, even before I learned them, but in my memory they were not. Where then? Or wherefore, when they were spoken, did I acknowledge them, and said, so is it is true, unless that they were already in the memory, but so thrown back and buried, as it were, in deeper recesses, that had not the suggestion of another drawn them forth, I had perchance been unable to conceive of them. Wherefore we find that to learn these things whereof we imbibe not the images by our senses, but perceive within by themselves, without images, as they are, is nothing else, but by conception to receive, and by marking to take heed that those things which the memory did before contain at random and unarranged be laid up at hand as it were in that same memory where before they lay unknown, scattered and neglected, and so readily occur to the mind familiarized to them. And how many things of this kind does my memory bear, which have been already found out, and as I said, placed as it were at hand, which we are said to have learned and come to know, which were I for some short space of time to cease to call to mind, they are again so buried and glide back, as it were, into the deeper recesses, that they must again, as if new, be thought out thence, for other abode they have none, but they must be drawn together again, that they may be known. That is to say, they must as it were be collected together from their dispersion, whence the word cogitation is derived. For cogo, collect, and cogito, recollect, have the same relation to each other as ago and agito, facio, and factito. But the mind hath appropriated to itself this word, cogitation, so that not what is collected anyhow, but what is recollected, i.e., brought together in the mind, is properly said to be cogitated or thought upon. The memory containeth also reasons and laws innumerable of numbers and dimensions, none of which hath any bodily sense impressed, seeing they have neither colour, nor sound, nor taste, nor smell, nor touch. I have heard the sound of the words whereby when discussed they are denoted, but the sounds are other than the things. For the sounds are other in Greek than in Latin, but the things are neither Greek nor Latin nor any other language. I have seen the lines of architects, the very finest, like a spider's thread, but those are still different. They are not the images of those lines which the eye of flesh showed me. He knoweth them, whosoever without any conception whatsoever of a body recognizes them within himself. I have perceived also the numbers of the things with which we number all the senses of my body, but those numbers wherewith we number are different, nor are they the images of these, and therefore they indeed are. Let him who seeth them not deride me for saying these things, and I will pity him while he derides me. All these things I remember, and how I learnt them I remember. Many things also most falsely objected against them have I heard and remember, which though they be false, yet is it not false that I remember them, and I remember also that I have discerned betwixt those truths and these falsehoods objected to them. And I perceive that the present discerning of these things is different from remembering that I oftentimes discerned them when I often thought upon them. I both remember then to have often understood these things, and what I now discern and understand I lay up in my memory, that hereafter I may remember that I understand it now. So then I remember also to have remembered, as if hereafter I shall call to remembrance, that I have now been able to remember these things. By the force of memory shall I call it to remembrance. The same memory contains also the affections of my mind, not in the same manner that my mind itself contains them when it feels them, but far otherwise, according to a power of its own. For without rejoicing I remember myself to have joyed, and without sorrow do I recollect my past sorrow. And that I once feared, I review without fear, and without desire call to mind a past desire. Sometimes, on the contrary, with joy do I remember my forepast sorrow, and with sorrow joy, which is not wonderful as to the body, for mind is one thing, body another. If I therefore with joy remember some past pain of body, it is not so wonderful. But now, seeing this very memory itself is mind, for when we give a thing in charge, to be kept in memory, we say, see that you keep it in mind, and when we forget, we say, it did not come to my mind, and it slipped out of my mind, calling the memory itself the mind. This being so, how is it that when with joy I remember my past sorrow, the mind hath joy, the memory hath sorrow? The mind upon the joyfulness which is in it is joyful, yet the memory upon the sadness which is in it is not sad. Does the memory perchance not belong to the mind? Who will say so? The memory then is, as it were, the belly of the mind, and joy and sadness, like sweet and bitter food, which, when committed to the memory, are as it were passed into the belly, where they may be stowed, but cannot taste. Ridiculous it is to imagine these to be alike, and yet are they not utterly unlike? But behold, out of my memory I bring it, when I say there be four perturbations of the mind: desire, joy, fear, sorrow, and whatsoever I can dispute thereon, by dividing each into its subordinate species, and by defining it in my memory, find I what to say, and thence do I bring it. Yet am I not disturbed by any of these perturbations, when by calling them to mind I remember them. Yea, and before I recalled and brought them back, they were there, and therefore could they by recollection thence be brought. Perchance, then, as meat is by chewing the cud brought up out of the belly, so by recollection these out of the memory. Why then does not the disputer, thus recollecting, taste in the mouth of his musing the sweetness of joy or the bitterness of sorrow? Is the comparison unlike in this, because not in all respects like? For who would willingly speak thereof, if so oft as we name grief or fear, we should be compelled to be sad or fearful? And yet, could we not speak of them, did we not find in our memory not only the sounds of the names according to the images impressed by the senses of the body, but notions of the very things themselves, which we never received by any avenue of the body, but which the mind itself, perceiving by the experience of its own passions, committed to the memory, or the memory of itself retained, without being committed unto it? But whether by images or no, who can readily say? Thus, I name a stone, I name the sun, the things themselves not being present to my senses, but their images to my memory. I name a bodily pain, yet it is not present with me when nothing aches, yet unless its image were present to my memory, I should not know what to say thereof, nor in discoursing discern pain from pleasure. I name bodily health. Being sound in body, the thing itself is present with me. Yet, unless its image also were present in my memory, I could by no means recall what the sound of this name should signify. Nor would the sick, when health were named, recognize what was spoken, unless the same image were by the force of memory retained, although the thing itself were absent from the body. I name numbers whereby we number, and not their images, but themselves are present in my memory. I name the image of the sun, and that image is present in my memory. For I recall not the image of its image, but the image itself is present to me, calling it to mind. I name memory, and I recognize what I name. And where do I recognize it, but in the memory itself? Is it also present to itself by its image, and not by itself? What, when I name forgetfulness, and withal recognize what I name? Whence should I recognize it? Did I not remember it? I speak not of the sound of the name, but of the thing which it signifies, which if I had forgotten, I could not recognize what that sound signifies. When then I remember memory, memory itself is, through itself, present with itself. But when I remember forgetfulness, there are present both memory and forgetfulness, memory whereby I remember, forgetfulness which I remember. But what is forgetfulness but the privation of memory? How then is it present that I remember it, since when present I cannot remember? But if what we remember we hold it in memory, yet, unless we did remember forgetfulness, we could never at the hearing of the name recognize the thing thereby signified, then forgetfulness is retained by memory. Present then it is, that we forget not, and being so, we forget. It is to be understood from this that forgetfulness, when we remember it, is not present to the memory by itself, but by its image. Because if it were present by itself, it would not cause us to remember, but to forget. Who now shall search out this? Who shall comprehend how it is? Lord, I truly toil therein, yea, and toil in myself. I am become a heavy soil, requiring over much sweat of the brow. For we are not now searching out the regions of heaven, or measuring the distances of the stars, or inquiring the balancings of the earth. It is I myself who remember, I the mind. It is not so wonderful if what I myself am not be far from me, but what is nearer to me than myself. And lo, the force of mine own memory is not understood by me, though I cannot so much as name myself without it. For what shall I say when it is clear to me that I remember forgetfulness? Shall I say that that is not in my memory which I remember? Or shall I say that forgetfulness is for this purpose in my memory, that I might not forget? Both were most absurd. What third way is there? How can I say that the image of forgetfulness is retained by my memory, not forgetfulness itself, when I remember it? How could I say this either, seeing that when the image of any thing is impressed on the memory, the thing itself must needs be first present, whence that image may be impressed? For thus do I remember Carthage, thus all places where I have been, thus men's faces whom I have seen, and things reported by the other senses, thus the health or sickness of the body. For when these things were present, my memory received from them images which, being present with me, I might look on and bring back in my mind, when I remembered them in their absence. If then this forgetfulness is retained in the memory through its image, not through itself, then plainly itself was once present, that its image might be taken. But when it was present, how did it write its image in the memory, seeing that forgetfulness by its presence effaces even what it finds already noted? And yet, in whatever way, although that way be past conceiving and explaining, yet certain am I that I remember forgetfulness itself also, whereby what we remember is effaced. Great is the power of memory, a fearful thing, O my God, a deep and boundless manifoldness. And this thing is the mind, and this am I myself. What am I then, O my God? What nature am I? A life various and manifold, and exceeding immense. Behold, in the plains and caves and caverns of my memory, innumerable and innumerably full of innumerable kinds of things, either through images, as all bodies, or by actual presence, as the arts, or by certain notions or impressions, as the affections of the mind, which even when the mind doth not feel, the memory retaineth, while yet whatsoever is in the memory is also in the mind. Over all these do I run, I fly. I dive on this side and on that, as far as I can, and there is no end. So great is the force of memory, so great the force of life, even in the mortal life of man. What shall I do then, O thou my true life, my God? I will pass even beyond this power of mine which is called memory. Yea, I will pass beyond it, that I may approach unto thee, O sweet light. What sayest thou to me? See, I am mounting up through my mind towards thee, who abidest above me. Yea, I now will pass beyond this power of mine, which is called memory, desirous to arrive at thee, whence thou mayest be arrived at, and to cleave unto thee, whence one may cleave unto thee. For even beasts and birds have memory, else could they not return to their dens and nests, nor many other things they are used unto. Nor indeed could they be used to anything but by memory. I will pass then beyond memory also, that I may arrive at him who hath separated me from the four-footed beasts and made me wiser than the fowls of the air. I will pass beyond memory also, and where shall I find thee, thou truly good and certain sweetness? And where shall I find thee? If I find thee without my memory, then do I not retain thee in my memory. And how shall I find thee, if I remember thee not? For the woman that had lost her groat and sought it with a light, unless she had remembered it, she had never found it. For when it was found, whence should she know whether it were the same, unless she remembered it? I remember to have sought and found many a thing, and this I thereby know, that when I was seeking any of them, and was asked, Is this it? Is that it? So long said I know, until that were offered me which I sought, which had I not remembered, whatever it were, though it were offered me, yet should I not find it, because I could not recognize it. And so it ever is, when we seek and find any lost thing. Notwithstanding, when anything is by chance lost from the sight, not from the memory, as any visible body, yet its image is still retained within, and it is sought until it be restored to sight, and when it is found, it is recognized by the image which is within. Nor do we say that we have found what was lost unless we recognize it, nor can we recognize it unless we remember it. But this was lost to the eyes, but retained in the memory. But what when the memory itself loses anything, as falls out when we forget and seek that we may recollect? Where in the end do we search but in the memory itself? And there, if one thing be perchance offered instead of another, we reject it until what we seek meets us. And when it doth, we say, "This is it," which we should not unless we recognized it, nor recognize it unless we remembered it. Certainly then we had forgotten it. Or had not the whole escaped us, but by the part whereof we had hold was the lost part sought for, in that the memory felt that it did not carry on together all which it was wont, and maimed, as it were, by the curtailment of its ancient habit, demanded the restoration of what it missed? For instance, if we see or think of someone known to us, and having forgotten his name, try to recover it, whatever else occurs connects itself not therewith, because it was not wont to be thought upon together with him, and therefore is rejected, until that present itself, whereon the knowledge reposes equably as its wonted object. And whence does that present itself, but out of the memory itself? For even when we recognize it, on being reminded by another, it is thence it comes. For we do not believe it as something new, but upon recollection allow what was named to be right. But were it utterly blotted out of the mind, we should not remember it, even when reminded. For we have not as yet utterly forgotten that which we remember ourselves to have forgotten. What then we have utterly forgotten, though lost, we cannot even seek after. How then do I seek thee, O Lord? For when I seek thee, my God, I seek a happy life. I will seek thee, that my soul may live. For my body liveth by my soul, and my soul by thee. How then do I seek a happy life, seeing I have it not, until I can say, where I ought to say it, it is enough? How seek I it? By remembrance, as though I had forgotten it, remembering that I had forgotten it, or desiring to learn it as a thing unknown, either never having known, or so forgotten it, as not even to remember that I had forgotten it. Is not a happy life what all will, and no one altogether wills it not? Where have they known it, that they so will it? Where seen it, that they so love it? Truly we have it. How, I know not. Yea, there is another way, wherein when one hath it, then is he happy. And there are who are blessed in hope. These have it in a lower kind than they who have it in very deed, yet are they better off than such as are happy, neither in deed nor in hope. Yet even these, had they it not in some sort, would not so will to be happy, which that they do will is most certain. They have known it then, I know not how, and so have it by some sort of knowledge, what, I know not, and am perplexed whether it be in the memory, which if it be, then we have been happy once, whether all severally, or in that man who first sinned, in whom also we all died, and from whom we are all born with misery, I now inquire not, but only whether the happy life be in the memory, for neither should we love it, did we not know it. We hear the name, and we all confess that we desire the thing. For we are not delighted with the mere sound, for when a Greek hears it in Latin, he is not delighted, not knowing what is spoken, but we Latins are delighted, as would he too, if he heard it in Greek, because the thing itself is neither Greek nor Latin, which Greeks and Latins, and men of all other tongues, long for so earnestly. Known therefore it is to all, for they with one voice be asked, would they be happy? They would answer without doubt, they would. And this could not be, unless the thing itself whereof it is the name were retained in their memory. But is it so, as one remembers Carthage who hath seen it? Number, for a happy life, is not seen with the eye, because it is not a body, as we remember numbers then. Number, for these he that hath in his knowledge seeks not further to attain unto. But a happy life we have in our knowledge, and therefore love it, and yet still desire to attain it, that we may be happy, as we remember eloquence then. Number. For although upon hearing this name also, some call to mind the thing, who still are not yet eloquent, and many who desire to be so, whence it appears that it is in their knowledge, yet these have by their bodily senses observed others to be eloquent, and been delighted, and desire to be the like, though indeed they would not be delighted but for some inward knowledge thereof, nor wish to be the like unless they were thus delighted. Whereas a happy life we do by no bodily sense experience in others, as then we remember joy, perchance, For my joy I remember, even when sad, as a happy life, when unhappy. Nor did I ever with bodily sense see, hear, smell, taste, or touch my joy. But I experienced it in my mind when I rejoiced, and the knowledge of it clave to my memory, so that I can recall it with disgust sometimes, at others with longing, according to the nature of the things, wherein I remember myself to have joyed. For even from foul things have I been immersed in a sort of joy, which now recalling I detest and execrate. Other whiles in good and honest things, which I recall with longing, although perchance no longer present, and therefore with sadness I recall former joy. Where then and when did I experience my happy life that I should remember and love and long for it? Nor is it I alone, or some few besides, but we all would fain be happy, which, unless by some certain knowledge we knew, we should not with so certain a will desire. But how is this, that if two men be asked whether they would go to the wars, one, perchance, would answer that he would, the other that he would not? But if they were asked whether they would be happy, both would instantly, without any doubting, say they would. And for no other reason would the one go to the wars and the other not, but to be happy. Is it perchance that as one looks for his joy in this thing, another in that, all agree in their desire of being happy, as they would, if they were asked, that they wish to have joy, and this joy they call a happy life? Although then one obtains this joy by one means, another by another, all have one end, which they strive to attain, namely, joy, which being a thing which all must say they have experienced, it is therefore found in the memory, and recognized whenever the name of a happy life is mentioned. Far be it, Lord, far be it from the heart of thy servant who here confesseth unto thee. Far be it, that be the joy what it may, I should therefore think myself happy. For there is a joy which is not given to the ungodly, but to those who love thee for thine own sake, whose joy thou thyself art. And this is the happy life, to rejoice to thee, of thee, for thee. This is it, and there is no other. For they who think there is another, pursue some other, and not the true joy. Yet is not their will turned away from some semblance of joy. It is not certain then that all wish to be happy, inasmuch as they who wish not to joy in thee, which is the only happy life, do not truly desire the happy life. Or do all men desire this? But because the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh, that they cannot do what they would, they fall upon that which they can, and are content therewith. Because what they are not able to do, they do not will so strongly as would suffice to make them able. For I ask anyone, had he rather joy in truth or in falsehood? They will as little hesitate to say, in the truth, as to say that they desire to be happy. For a happy life is joy in the truth. For this is a joying in thee, who art the truth, O God my light, health of my countenance, my God. This is the happy life which all desire. This life which alone is happy, all desire. To joy in the truth all desire. I have met with many that would deceive. Who would be deceived? No one. Where then did they know this happy life, save where they know the truth also? For they love it also, since they would not be deceived. And when they love a happy life, which is no other than joying in the truth, then also do they love the truth, which yet they would not love, were there not some notice of it in their memory. Why then joy they not in it? Why are they not happy? Because they are more strongly taken up with other things which have more power to make them miserable than that which they so faintly remember to make them happy. For there is yet a little light in men. Let them walk, that the darkness overtake them not. But why doth truth generate hatred, and the man of thine, preaching the truth, become an enemy to them? Whereas a happy life is loved, which is nothing else but joying in the truth. Unless that truth is in that kind loved, that they who love anything else would gladly have that which they love to be the truth, and because they would not be deceived, would not be convinced that they are so. Therefore do they hate the truth for that thing's sake, which they loved instead of the truth. They love truth when she enlightens, they hate her when she reproves. For since they would not be deceived, and would deceive, they love her when she discovers herself unto them, and hate her when she discovers them. Whence she shall so repay them, that they who would not be made manifest by her She both against their will makes manifest, and herself becometh not manifest unto them. Thus, yea, thus doth the mind of man. Thus blind and sick, foul and ill-favoured, wish to be hidden, but that aught should be hidden from it, it wills not. But the contrary is requited it, that itself should not be hidden from the truth, but the truth is hid from it. Yet even thus miserable, it had rather joy in truths than in falsehoods. Happy then will it be, when, no distraction interposing, it shall joy in that only truth, by whom all things are true. See what a space I have gone over in my memory seeking thee, O Lord, and I have not found thee without it. Nor have I found anything concerning thee, but what I have kept in memory, ever since I learnt thee. For since I learnt thee, I have not forgotten thee. For where I found truth, there found I my God, the truth itself, which since I learnt, I have not forgotten. Since then I learnt thee, thou residest in my memory, and there do I find thee, when I call thee to remembrance, and delight in thee. These be my holy delights, which thou hast given me in thy mercy, having regard to my poverty. But where in my memory residest thou, O Lord, where residest thou there? What manner of lodging hast thou framed for thee? What manner of sanctuary hast thou builded for thee? Thou hast given this honour to my memory, to reside in it. But in what quarter of it thou residest, that am I considering? For in thinking on thee, I passed beyond such parts of it as the beasts also have, for I found thee not there among the images of corporeal things. And I came to those parts to which I committed the affections of my mind, nor found thee there. And I entered into the very seat of my mind, which it hath in my memory, inasmuch as the mind remembers itself also, neither wert thou there. For as thou art not a corporeal image, nor the affection of a living being, as when we rejoice, condole, desire, fear, remember, forget, or the like. So neither art thou the mind itself, because thou art the Lord God of the mind, and all these are changed, but thou remainest unchangeable over all, and yet hast vouchsafed to dwell in my memory, since I learnt thee. And why seek I now in what place thereof thou dwellest, as if there were places therein? Sure I am that in it thou dwellest, since I have remembered thee ever since I learnt thee, and there I find thee when I call thee to remembrance. Where then did I find thee, that I might learn thee? For in my memory thou wert not before I learned thee. Where then did I find thee, that I might learn thee, but in thee above me? Place there is none. We go backward and forward, and there is no place. Everywhere, O truth, dost thou give audience to all who ask counsel of thee, and at once answerest all, though on manifold matters they ask thy counsel. Clearly dost thou answer, though all do not clearly hear. All consult thee on what they will, though they hear not always what they will. He is thy best servant, who looks not so much to hear that from thee which himself willeth, as rather to will that which from thee he heareth. Too late loved I thee, O thou beauty of ancient days, yet ever new. Too late I loved thee. And behold, thou wert within, and I abroad, and there I searched for thee. Deformed I, plunging amid those fair forms which thou hadst made. Thou wert with me, but I was not with thee. Things held me far from thee, which, unless they were in thee, were not at all. Thou calledst, and shoutedst, and burstest my deafness. Thou flashedst, shonest, and scatteredst my blindness. Thou breathedst odours, and I drew in breath and panted for thee. I tasted, and hunger and thirst. Thou touchedst me, and I burned for thy peace. When I shall with my whole self cleave to thee, I shall nowhere have sorrow or labour, and my life shall wholly live, as wholly full of thee. But now, since whom thou fillest, thou liftest up. Because I am not full of thee, I am a burden to myself. Lamentable joys strive with joyous sorrows, and on which side is the victory I know not. Woe is me! Lord, have pity on me. My evil sorrows strive with my good joys, and on which side is the victory I know not. Woe is me! Lord, have pity on me. Woe is me! Lo, I hide not my wounds. Thou art the physician, I the sick. Thou merciful, I miserable. Is not the life of man upon earth all trial? Who wishes for troubles and difficulties? Thou commandest them to be endured, not to be loved. No man loves what he endures, though he love to endure. For though he rejoices that he endures, he had rather there were nothing for him to endure. In adversity I long for prosperity. In prosperity I fear adversity. What middle place is there betwixt these two, where the life of man is not all trial? Woe to the prosperities of the world, once and again, through fear of adversity and corruption of joy. Woe to the adversities of the world, once and again, and the third time, from the longing for prosperity, and because adversity itself is a hard thing, and lest it shatter endurance. Is not the life of man upon earth all trial, without any interval? And all my hope is nowhere but in thy exceeding great mercy. Give what thou enjoinest, and enjoin what thou wilt. Thou enjoinest us continency, and when I knew, saith one, that no man can be continent unless God give it, this also was a part of wisdom to know whose gift she is. By continency verily are we bound up and brought back into one, whence we were dissipated into many. For too little doth he love thee, who loves anything with thee, which he loveth not for thee. O love, who ever burnest and never consumest, O charity, my God, kindle me. Thou enjoinest continency. Give me what thou enjoinest, and enjoin what thou wilt. Verily thou enjoinest me continency from the lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and the ambition of the world. Thou enjoinest continency from concubinage, and for wedlock itself thou hast counselled something better than what thou hast permitted. And since thou gavest it, it was done, even before I became a dispenser of thy sacrament. But there yet live in my memory, whereof I have much spoken, the images of such things as my ill custom there fixed, which haunt me, strengthless, when I am awake, but in sleep, not only so as to give pleasure, but even to obtain assent, and what is very like reality. Yea, so far prevails the illusion of the image, in my soul and in my flesh, that, when asleep, false visions persuade to that which when waking, the true cannot. Am I not then myself, O Lord my God? And yet there is so much difference betwixt myself and myself, within that moment wherein I pass from waking to sleeping, or return from sleeping to waking. Where is reason then, which awake, resisteth such suggestions? And should the things themselves be urged on it, it remaineth unshaken. Is it clasped up with the eyes? Is it lulled asleep with the senses of the body? And whence is it that often even in sleep we resist, and mindful of our purpose, and abiding most chastely in it, yield no assent to such enticements? And yet so much difference there is, that when it happeneth otherwise, upon waking we return to peace of conscience. And by this very difference discover that we did not, what yet we be sorry that in some way it was done in us. Art thou not mighty, God Almighty, so as to heal all the diseases of my soul, and by thy more abundant grace to quench even the impure motions of my sleep? Thou wilt increase, Lord, thy gifts more and more in me, that my soul may follow me to thee, disentangled from the birdlime of concupiscence, that it rebel not against itself, and even in dreams not only not, through images of sense, commit those debasing corruptions, even to pollution of the flesh, but not even to consent unto them. For that nothing of this sort should have, over the pure affections even of a sleeper, the very least influence, not even such as a thought would restrain. To work this, not only during life, but even at my present age, is not hard for the Almighty, who art able to do above all that we ask or think. But what I yet am in this kind of my evil have I confessed unto my good Lord, rejoicing with trembling in that which thou hast given me, and bemoaning that wherein I am still imperfect, hoping that thou wilt perfect thy mercies in me, even to perfect peace, which my outward and inward man shall have with thee, when death shall be swallowed up in victory. There is another evil of the day, which I would were sufficient for it. For by eating and drinking we repair the daily decays of our body, until thou destroy both belly and meat, when thou shalt slay my emptiness with a wonderful fullness, and clothe this incorruptible with an eternal incorruption. But now the necessity is sweet unto me, against which sweetness I fight, that I be not taken captive, and carry on a daily war by fastings, often bringing my body into subjection, and my pains are removed by pleasure. For hunger and thirst are in a manner pains. They burn and kill like a fever, unless the medicine of nourishments come to our aid. Which since it is at hand through the consolations of thy gifts, with which land and water and air serve our weakness, our calamity is termed gratification. This hast thou taught me, that I should set myself to take food as physic. But while I am passing from the discomfort of emptiness to the content of replenishing, in the very passage the snare of concupiscence besets me. For that passing is pleasure, nor is there any other way to pass thither, whither we needs must pass. And health being the cause of eating and drinking, there joineth itself as an attendant a dangerous pleasure, which mostly endeavours to go before it, so that I may for her sake do what I say I do, or wish to do, for health's sake. Nor have each the same measure, for what is enough for health is too little for pleasure. And oft it is uncertain whether it be the necessary care of the body, which is yet asking for sustenance, or whether a voluptuous deceivableness of greediness is proffering its services. In this uncertainty the unhappy soul rejoiceth, and therein prepares an excuse to shield itself, glad that it appeareth not what sufficeth for the moderation of health, that under the cloak of health it may disguise the matter of gratification. These temptations I daily endeavour to resist, and I call on thy right hand, and to thee do I refer my perplexities, because I have as yet no settled counsel herein. I hear the voice of my God commanding, let not your hearts be overcharged with surfeiting and drunkenness. Drunkenness is far from me. Thou wilt have mercy that it come not near me. But full feeding sometimes creepeth upon thy servant. Thou wilt have mercy that it may be far from me. For no one can be continent unless thou give it. Many things thou givest us, praying for them, and what good soever we have received before we prayed, from thee we received it. Yea, to the end we might afterwards know this, did we before receive it. Drunkard was I never, but drunkards have I known made sober by thee. From thee then it was, that they who never were such should not so be, as from thee it was, that they who have been should not ever so be. And from thee it was, that both might know from whom it was. I heard another voice of thine, go not after thy lusts, and from thy pleasure turn away. Yea, by thy favour have I heard that which I have much loved. Neither if we eat shall we abound, neither if we eat not shall we lack. Which is to say, neither shall the one make me plenteous, nor the other miserable. I heard also another, for I have learned in whatsoever state I am, therewith to be content. I know how to abound, and how to suffer need. I can do all things through Christ that strengtheneth me. Behold a soldier of the heavenly camp, not the dust which we are. But remember, Lord, that we are dust, and that of dust thou hast made man, and he was lost and is found. Nor could he of himself do this, because he whom I so loved, saying this through the inbreathing of thy inspiration, was of the same dust. I can do all things, saith he, through him that strengtheneth me. Strengthen me, that I can. Give what thou enjoinest, and enjoin what thou wilt. He confesses to have received, and when he glorieth, in the Lord he glorieth. Another have I heard begging that he might receive. Take from me, saith he, the desires of the belly, whence it appeareth, O my holy God, that thou givest, when that is done which thou commandest to be done. Thou hast taught me, good Father, that to the pure all things are pure, but that it is evil unto the man that eateth with offence, and that every creature of thine is good, and nothing to be refused, which is received with thanksgiving, and that meat commendeth us not to God, and that no man should judge us in meat or drink, and that he which eateth, let him not despise him that eateth not, and let not him that eateth not judge him that eateth. These things have I learned. Thanks be to thee. Praise to thee, my God, my Master, knocking at my ears, enlightening my heart. Deliver me out of all temptation. I fear not uncleanness of meat, but the uncleanness of lusting. I know that Noah was permitted to eat all kind of flesh that was good for food, that Elijah was fed with flesh, that endued with an admirable abstinence, was not polluted by feeding on living creatures, locusts. I know also that Esau was deceived by lusting for lentiles, and that David blamed himself for desiring a draught of water, and that our king was tempted, not concerning flesh, but bread. And therefore the people in the wilderness also deserve to be reproved, not for desiring flesh, but because in the desire of food they murmured against the Lord. Placed, then, amid these temptations, I strive daily against concupiscence in eating and drinking. For it is not of such nature that I can settle on cutting it off once for all, and never touching it afterward, as I could of concubinage. The bridle of the throat, then, is to be held attempered between slackness and stiffness. And who is he, O Lord, who is not some wit transported beyond the limits of necessity? Whoever he is a great one. Let him make thy name great. But I am not such, for I am a sinful man. Yet do I too magnify thy name. And he maketh intercession to thee for my sins, who hath overcome the world, numbering me among the weak members of his body, because thine eyes have seen that of him which is imperfect, and in thy book shall all be written. With the allurements of smells I am not much concerned. When absent, I do not miss them. When present, I do not refuse them, yet ever ready to be without them. So I seem to myself, perchance I am deceived. For that also is a mournful darkness whereby my abilities within me are hidden from me, so that my mind, making inquiry into herself of her own powers, ventures not readily to believe herself, because even what is in it is mostly hidden unless experience reveal it. And no one ought to be secure in that life, the whole whereof is called a trial, that he who hath been capable of worse to be made better may not likewise of better be made worse. Our only hope, only confidence, only assured promise is thy mercy. The delights of the ear had more firmly entangled and subdued me, but thou didst loosen and free me. Now, in those melodies which thy words breathe soul into, when sung with a sweet and attuned voice, I do a little repose, yet not so as to be held thereby, but that I can disengage myself when I will. But with the words which are their life, and whereby they find admission into me, themselves seek in my affections a place of some estimation, and I can scarcely assign them one suitable. For at one time I seem to myself to give them more honour than is seemly, feeling our minds to be more holily and fervently raised unto a flame of devotion by the holy words themselves when thus sung, than when not, and that the several affections of our spirit, by a sweet variety, have their own proper measures in the voice and singing, by some hidden correspondence wherewith they are stirred up. But this contentment of the flesh, to which the soul must not be given over to be enervated, doth oft beguile me, the sense not so waiting upon reason as patiently to follow her. But having been admitted merely for her sake, it strives even to run before her and lead her. Thus in these things I unawares sin, but afterwards am aware of it. At other times, shunning over anxiously this very deception, I err in too great strictness, and sometimes to that degree as to wish the whole melody of sweet music which is used to David's psalter banished from my ears, and the churches too, and that mode seems to me safer, which I remember to have been often told me of Athanasius, Bishop of Alexandria, who made the reader of the psalm utter it with so slight inflection of voice that it was nearer speaking than singing. Yet again, when I remember the tears I shed at the psalmody of thy church, in the beginning of my recovered faith, and how at this time I am moved, not with the singing, but with the things sung. When they are sung with a clear voice and modulation most suitable, I acknowledge the great use of this institution. Thus I fluctuate between peril of pleasure and approved wholesomeness, inclined the rather, though not as pronouncing an irrevocable opinion, to approve of the usage of singing in the church, that so by the delight of the ears the weaker minds may rise to the feeling of devotion. Yet, when it befalls me to be more moved with the voice than the words sung, I confess to have sinned penally, and then had rather not hear music. See now my state. Weep with me, and weep for me, ye who so regulate your feelings within, as that good action ensues. For you who do not act, these things touch not you. But thou, O Lord my God, hearken, behold, and see, and have mercy, and heal me. Thou, in whose presence I have become a problem to myself, and that is my infirmity. There remains the pleasure of these eyes of my flesh, on which to make my confessions in the hearing of the ears of thy temple, those brotherly and devout ears, and so to conclude the temptations of the lust of the flesh, which yet assail me, groaning earnestly, and desiring to be clothed upon with my house from heaven. The eyes love fair and varied forms, and bright and soft colours. Let not these occupy my soul. Let God rather occupy it, who made these things, very good indeed, yet is he my good, not they. And these affect me, waking, the whole day, nor is any rest given me from them, as there is from musical, sometimes in silence, from all voices. For this queen of colours, the light, bathing all which we behold, wherever I am through the day, gliding by me in varied forms, soothes me when engaged on other things, and not observing it. And so strongly doth it entwine itself, that if it be suddenly withdrawn, it is with longing sought for, and if absent long, saddeneth the mind. O thou light, which Tobias saw, when, these eyes closed, he taught his son the way of life, and himself went before with the feet of charity, never swerving, or which Isaac saw, when his fleshly eyes being heavy and closed by old age, it was vouchsafed him, not knowingly, to bless his sons, but by blessing to know them. Or which Jacob saw, when he also, blind through great age, with illumined heart, in the persons of his sons shed light on the different races of the future people in them foresignified, and laid his hands, mystically crossed, upon his grandchildren by Joseph, not as their father by his outward eye corrected them, but as himself inwardly discerned. This is the light, it is one, and all are one, who see and love it. But that corporeal light whereof I spake, it seasoneth the life of this world for her blind lovers, with an enticing and dangerous sweetness. But they who know how to praise thee for it, O all-creating Lord, take it up in thy hymns, and are not taken up with it in their sleep. Such would I be. These seductions of the eyes I resist, lest my feet wherewith I walk upon thy way be ensnared, and I lift up mine invisible eyes to thee, that thou wouldest pluck my feet out of the snare. Thou dost ever and anon pluck them out, for they are ensnared. Thou ceasest not to pluck them out, while I often entangle myself in the snares on all sides laid, because thou that keepest Israel shalt neither slumber nor sleep. What innumerable toys, made by divers arts and manufactures, in our apparel, shoes, utensils, and all sorts of works, in pictures also, and divers images, and these far exceeding all necessary and moderate use, and all pious meaning, have men added to tempt their own eyes withal, outwardly following what themselves make, inwardly forsaking him by whom themselves were made, and destroying that which themselves have been made. But I, my God and my glory, do hence also sing a hymn to thee, and do consecrate praise to him who consecrateth me, because those beautiful patterns which through men's souls are conveyed into their cunning hands come from that beauty, which is above our souls, which my soul day and night sigheth after. But the framers and followers of the outward beauties derive thence the rule of judging of them, but not of using them. And he is there, though they perceive him not, that so they might not wander, but keep their strength for thee, and not scatter it abroad upon pleasurable weariness. And I, though I speak and see this, entangle my steps with these outward beauties. But thou pluckest me out, O Lord, thou pluckest me out, because thy loving kindness is before my eyes. For I am taken miserably, and thou pluckest me out mercifully, sometimes not perceiving it, when I had but lightly lighted upon them, other whiles with pain, because I had stuck fast in them. To this is added another form of temptation, more manifoldly dangerous. For besides that concupiscence of the flesh, which consisteth in the delight of all senses and pleasures, wherein its slaves, who go far from thee, waste and perish, the soul hath, through the same senses of the body, a certain vain and curious desire, veiled under the title of knowledge and learning, not of delighting in the flesh, but of making experiments through the flesh. The seat whereof being in the appetite of knowledge, and sight being the sense chiefly used for attaining knowledge, it is in divine language called the lust of the eyes. For to see belongeth properly to the eyes, yet we use this word of the other senses also, when we employ them in seeking knowledge. For we do not say, "Hark how it flashes," or "Smell how it glows," or "Taste how it shines," or "Feel how it gleams," for all these are said to be seen. And yet we say not only, "See how it shineth," which the eyes alone can perceive, but also, "See how it soundeth, see how it smelleth, see how it tasteth, see how hard it is." And so the general experience of the senses, as was said, is called the lust of the eyes, because the office of seeing, wherein the eyes hold the prerogative, the other senses by way of similitude take to themselves when they make search after any knowledge. But by this may more evidently be discerned, wherein pleasure and wherein curiosity is the object of the senses. For pleasure seeketh objects beautiful, melodious, fragrant, savoury, soft, but curiosity, for trial's sake, the contrary as well, not for the sake of suffering annoyance, but out of the lust of making trial and knowing them. For what pleasure hath it to see in a mangled carcass what will make you shudder? And yet, if it be lying near, they flock thither, to be made sad and to turn pale. Even in sleep they are afraid to see it, as if when awake any one forced them to see it, or any report of its beauty drew them thither. Thus also in the other senses, which it were long to go through. From this disease of curiosity are all those strange sights exhibited in the theatre. Hence men go on to search out the hidden powers of nature, which is besides our end, which to know profits not, and wherein men desire nothing but to know. Hence also, if with that same end of perverted knowledge magical arts be inquired by. Hence also in religion itself is God tempted, when signs and wonders are demanded of him, not desired for any good end, but merely to make trial of. In this so vast wilderness, full of snares and dangers, behold, many of them I have cut off and thrust out of my heart, as thou hast given me, O God of my salvation. And yet, when dare I say, since so many things of this kind buzz on all sides about our daily life, when dare I say that nothing of this sort engages my attention or causes in me an idle interest? True, the theatres do not now carry me away, nor care I to know the courses of the stars, nor did my soul ever consult ghosts departed. All sacrilegious mysteries I detest. From thee, O Lord my God, to whom I owe humble and single-hearted service, by what artifices and suggestions doth the enemy deal with me to desire some sign? But I beseech thee by our King, and by our pure and holy country, Jerusalem, that as any consenting thereto is far from me, so may it ever be further and further. But when I pray thee for the salvation of any, my end and intention is far different. Thou givest and wilt give me to follow thee willingly, doing what thou wilt. Notwithstanding, in how many most petty and contemptible things is our curiosity daily tempted, and how often we give way, who can recount? How often do we begin as if we were tolerating people telling vain stories, lest we offend the weak? Then by degrees we take interest therein. I go not now to the circus to see a dog coursing a hare, but in the field, if passing, that coursing peradventure will distract me even from some weighty thought, and draw me after it. Not that I turn aside the body of my beast, yet still incline my mind thither. And unless thou, having made me see my infirmity, did speedily admonish me, either through the sight itself by some contemplation to rise towards thee, or altogether to despise and pass it by, I dully stand fixed therein. What, when sitting at home, a lizard catching flies, or a spider entangling them rushing into her nets, oft times takes my attention. Is the thing different, because they are but small creatures? I go on from them to praise thee, the wonderful Creator and Orderer of all, but this does not first draw my attention. It is one thing to rise quickly, another not to fall, and of such things is my life full, and my one hope is thy wonderful great mercy. For when our heart becomes the receptacle of such things, and is overcharged with throngs of this abundant vanity, then are our prayers also thereby often interrupted and distracted, and whilst in thy presence we direct the voice of our heart to thine ears, this so great concern is broken off by the rushing in of I know not what idle thoughts. Shall we then account this also among things of slight concernment, or shall aught bring us back to hope, save thy complete mercy, since thou hast begun to change us? And thou knowest how far thou hast already changed me, who first healedst me of the lust of vindicating myself, that so thou mightest forgive all the rest of my iniquities, and heal all my infirmities, and redeem life from corruption, and crown me with mercy and pity, and satisfy my desire with good things, who didst curb my pride with thy fear, and tame my neck to thy yoke. And now I bear it, and it is light unto me, because so hast thou promised, and hast made it. And verily so it was, and I knew it not when I feared to take it. But, O Lord, thou alone Lord without pride, because thou art the only true Lord, who hast no Lord. Hath this third kind of temptation also ceased from me, or can it cease through this whole life? To wish, namely, to be feared and loved of men, for no other end, but that we may have a joy therein which is no joy. A miserable life this, and a foul boastfulness. Hence especially it comes that men do neither purely love nor fear thee. And therefore dost thou resist the proud, and givest grace to the humble. Yea, thou thunderest down upon the ambitions of the world, and the foundations of the mountains tremble. Because now certain offices of human society make it necessary to be loved and feared of men. The adversary of our true blessedness layeth hard at us, everywhere spreading his snares of well done, that greedily catching at them we may be taken unawares, and sever our joy from thy truth, and set it in the deceivingness of men, and be pleased at being loved and feared, not for thy sake, but in thy stead, and thus having been made like him, he may have them for his own, not in the bands of charity, but in the bonds of punishment, who purposed to set his throne in the north, that dark and chilled they might serve him, pervertedly and crookedly imitating thee. But we, O Lord, behold, we are thy little flock. Possess us as thine, stretch thy wings over us, and let us fly under them. Be thou our glory, let us be loved for thee, and thy word feared in us. Who would be praised of men when thou blamest, will not be defended of men when thou judgest, nor delivered when thou condemnest. But when not the sinner is praised in the desires of his soul, nor he blessed who doth ungodlily, but a man is praised for some gift which thou hast given him, and he rejoices more at the praise for himself than that he hath the gift for which he is praised. He also is praised, while thou dispraisest. Better is he who praised than he who is praised. For the one took pleasure in the gift of God in man, the other was better pleased with the gift of man than of God. By these temptations we are assailed daily, O Lord, without ceasing are we assailed. Our daily furnace is the tongue of men, and in this way also thou commandest us continence. Give what thou enjoinest, and enjoin what thou wilt. Thou knowest on this matter the groans of my heart and the floods of mine eyes. For I cannot learn how far I am more cleansed from this plague, and I much fear my secret sins, which thine eyes know, mine do not. For in other kinds of temptations I have some sort of means of examining myself. In this, scarce any. For in refraining my mind from the pleasures of the flesh and idle curiosity, I see how much I have attained to when I do without them, foregoing or not having them. For then I ask myself how much more or less troublesome it is to me not to have them. Then riches, which are desired, that they may serve to some one or two or all of the three concupiscences. If the soul cannot discern whether, when it hath them, it despiseth them, they may be cast aside, that so it may prove itself. But to be without praise, and therein essay our powers, must we live ill, yea, so abandonedly and atrociously, that no one should know without detesting us. What greater madness can be said or thought of? But if praise useth and ought to accompany a good life and good works, we ought as little to forego its company as good life itself. Yet I know not whether I can well or ill be without anything, unless it be absent. What then do I confess unto thee in this kind of temptation, O Lord? What, but that I am delighted with praise, but with truth itself, more than with praise? For were it proposed to me, whether I would, being frenzied in error on all things, be praised by all men, or being consistent and most settled in the truth, be blamed by all, I see which I should choose. Yet fain would I that the approbation of another should not even increase my joy for any good in me. Yet I own it doth increase it, and not so only, but dispraise doth diminish it. And when I am troubled at this my misery, an excuse occurs to me, which of what value it is, thou, God, knowest, for it leaves me uncertain. For since thou hast commanded us not continency alone, that is, from what things to refrain our love, but righteousness also, that is, whereon to bestow it, and hast willed us to love not thee only, but our neighbour also. Often, when pleased with intelligent praise, I seem to myself to be pleased with the proficiency or towardliness of my neighbour, or to be grieved for evil in him when I hear him dispraise either what he understands not or is good. For sometimes I am grieved at my own praise, either when those things be praised in me in which I mislike myself, or even lesser and slight goods are more esteemed than they ought. But again, how know I whether I am therefore thus affected? Because I would not have him who praiseth me differ from me about myself, not as being influenced by concern for him, but because those same good things which please me in myself please me more when they please another also. For somehow I am not praised when my judgment of myself is not praised, forasmuch as either those things are praised which displease me, or those more which please me less. Am I then doubtful of myself in this matter? Behold, in thee, O truth, I see that I ought not to be moved at my own praises, for my own sake, but for the good of my neighbour. And whether it be so with me, I know not. For herein I know less of myself than of thee. I beseech now, O my God, discover to me myself also, that I may confess unto my brethren who are to pray for me, wherein I find myself maimed. Let me examine myself again more diligently. If in my praise I am moved with the good of my neighbour, why am I less moved if another be unjustly dispraised than if it be myself? Why am I more stung by reproach cast upon myself than at that cast upon another with the same injustice before me? Know I not this also? Or is it at last that I deceive myself, and do not the truth before thee in my heart and tongue? This madness put far from me, O Lord, lest mine own mouth be to me the sinner's oil to make fat my head. I am poor and needy, yet best, while in hidden groanings I displease myself, and seek thy mercy, until what is lacking in my defective state be renewed and perfected, unto that peace which the eye of the proud knoweth not. Yet the word which cometh out of the mouth, and deeds known to men, bring with them a most dangerous temptation through the love of praise, which, to establish a certain excellency of our own, solicits and collects men's suffrages. It tempts, even when it is reproved by myself in myself, on the very ground that it is reproved, and often glories more vainly of the very contempt of vainglory. And so it is no longer contempt of vainglory, whereof it glories, for it doth not contemn when it glorieth. Within also, within is another evil, arising out of a like temptation, whereby men become vain, pleasing themselves in themselves, though they please not, or displease or care not to please others. But pleasing themselves, they much displease thee, not only taking pleasure in things not good, as if good, but in thy good things, as though their own, or even if as thine, yet as though for their own merits, or even if as though from thy grace, yet not with brotherly rejoicing, but envying that grace to others. In all these and the like perils and travails, thou seest the trembling of my heart, and I rather feel my wounds to be cured by thee than not inflicted by me. Where hast thou not walked with me, O truth, teaching me what to beware and what to desire, when I referred to thee what I could discover here below, and consulted thee? With my outward senses, as I might, I surveyed the world, and observed the life, which my body hath from me, and these my senses. Thence entered I, the recesses of my memory, those manifold and spacious chambers, wonderfully furnished with innumerable stores, and I considered, and stood aghast, being able to discern nothing of these things without thee, and finding none of them to be thee. Nor was I myself, who found out these things, who went over them all, and laboured to distinguish and to value everything according to its dignity, taking some things upon the report of my senses, questioning about others which I felt to be mingled with myself, numbering and distinguishing the reporters themselves, and in the large treasure house of my memory revolving some things, storing up others, drawing out others. Nor yet was I myself when I did this, i.e., that my power whereby I did it, neither was it thou, for thou art the abiding light, which I consulted concerning all these, whether they were, what they were, and how to be valued. And I heard thee directing and commanding me, and this I often do. This delights me. And as far as I may be freed from necessary duties, unto this pleasure have I recourse. Nor in all these which I run over, consulting thee, can I find any safe place for my soul, but in thee, whither my scattered members may be gathered, and nothing of me depart from thee. And sometimes thou admittest me to an affection very unusual in my inmost soul, rising to a strange sweetness, which if it were perfected in me, I know not what in it would not belong to the life to come. But through my miserable encumbrances I sink down again into these lower things, and am swept back by former custom, and am held, and greatly weep, but am greatly held. So much doth the burden of a bad custom weigh us down. Here I can stay, but would not. There I would, but cannot. Both ways, miserable. Thus, then, have I considered the sicknesses of my sins in that threefold concupiscence, and have called thy right hand to my help. For with a wounded heart have I beheld thy brightness, and stricken back I said, who can attain thither? I am cast away from the sight of thine eyes. Thou art the truth who presidest over all, but I through my covetousness would not indeed forgo thee, but would with thee possess a lie, as no man would in such wise speak falsely as himself to be ignorant of the truth. So then I lost thee, because thou vouchsafest not to be possessed with a lie. Whom could I find to reconcile me to thee? Was I to have recourse to angels? By what prayers? By what sacraments? Many endeavouring to return unto thee, and of themselves unable, have, as I hear, tried this, and fallen into the desire of curious visions, and been accounted worthy to be deluded. For they, being high-minded, sought thee by the pride of learning, swelling out rather than smiting upon their breasts, and so by the agreement of their heart drew unto themselves the princes of the air, the fellow conspirators of their pride, by whom, through magical influences, they were deceived, seeking a mediator, by whom they might be purged, and there was none. For the devil it was, transforming himself into an angel of light. And it much enticed proud flesh that he had no body of flesh. For they were mortal and sinners. But thou, Lord, to whom they proudly sought to be reconciled, art immortal and without sin. But a mediator between God and man must have something like to God, something like to men, lest being in both like to man, he should be far from God, or if in both like God, too unlike man, and so not be a mediator. That deceitful mediator, then, by whom in thy secret judgments pride deserved to be deluded, hath one thing in common with man, that is sin. Another he would seem to have in common with God, and not being clothed with the mortality of flesh, would vaunt himself to be immortal. But since the wages of sin is death, this hath he in common with men, that with them he should be condemned to death. But the true mediator, whom in thy secret mercy thou hast showed to the humble, and sentest, that by his example also they might learn that same humility, that mediator between God and man, the man Christ Jesus, appeared betwixt mortal sinners and the immortal just one, mortal with men, just with God, that because the wages of righteousness is life and peace, he might by a righteousness conjoined with God make void that death of sinners, now made righteous, which he willed to have in common with them. Hence he was showed forth to holy men of old, that so they, through faith in his passion to come, as we through faith of it past, might be saved. For as man, he was a mediator, but as the Word, not in the middle between God and man, because equal to God, and God with God, and together one God. How hast thou loved us, good Father, who sparedst not thine only Son, but deliveredst him up for us ungodly? How hast thou loved us, for whom he that thought it no robbery to be equal with thee was made subject even to the death of the cross, he alone, free among the dead, having power to lay down his life, and power to take it again. For us to thee, both victor and victim, and therefore victor, because the victim. For us to thee priest and sacrifice, and therefore priest, because the sacrifice. Making us to thee of servants, sons by being born of thee, and serving us. Well then is my hope strong in him, that thou wilt heal all my infirmities, by him who sitteth at thy right hand, and maketh intercession for us. Else should I despair. For many and great are my infirmities, many they are, and great, but thy medicine is mightier. We might imagine that thy word was far from any union with man, and despair of ourselves, unless he had been made flesh and dwelt among us. Affrighted with my sins and the burden of my misery, I had cast in my heart, and had purposed to flee to the wilderness. But thou forbadest me, and strengthenedst me, saying, Therefore Christ died for all, that they which live may now no longer live unto themselves, but unto him that died for them. See, Lord, I cast my care upon thee, that I may live, and consider wondrous things out of thy law. Thou knowest my unskilfulness and my infirmities. Teach me and heal me. He, thine only Son, in whom are hid all the treasures of wisdom and knowledge, hath redeemed me with his blood. Let not the proud speak evil of me, because I meditate on my ransom, and eat and drink, and communicate it. And poor desire to be satisfied from him, amongst those that eat and are satisfied, and they shall praise the Lord who seek him.